Okay, 3, 2, 1. Knock, knock, Neo. Here I am! Happy Halloween, everybody! I promised I would have wore a costume for Halloween, and I delivered somehow. I hope that you recognize not the character, but because I don't want to say that I look like Neo from Matrix. Of course not. Keanu Reeves is our God, and I will never even try to be like him. But still, this is the costume that I could come up with here at my home. And oh, hi guys. Ranit, Veronica, hi. And okay, this is already over. I'm going to start teaching right away. But this is actually a spooky costume for me, because I have some fears towards Matrix. I don't know if you know this already, but there's a fourth installment coming up, and I'm really scared of it, because the first movie was life-changing for me, and if you haven't watched The Matrix 1, or the only Matrix for the purists like me, you should run and watch it, maybe after this lesson. But please watch it, because, well, it explains a lot about what computer science and engineering is. It's all a metaphor of how things work in computer science and computer engineering. I'm going to put the coding thing so you can see the whole screen. And the second one was not really a good movie. It was just action. The third one was probably even worse. And I'm really scared about this Matrix 4. Also because, according to this article, Keanu Reeves says The Matrix 4 is an inspiring love story, plus no going into the past. Okay, so yeah. And another reason why this costume fits today is because I messed up with the timing. We should have started 1 hour earlier, and I completely messed up with daylight saving times. And I'm really sorry for this. Thanks a lot for sticking with me, even though we messed this time frame so much. And someone is already asking me, are we going to start an hour later starting from today, or is this just one error that will never come up again? And I'm asking you guys this. If you're okay, then we can start 1 hour later. But for those of you who come from, for example, from Australia or probably even Indonesia, it could become quite too late to continue following for the whole straight 4 hours. So just tell me if this time is fine for you, then we can continue, and this will probably allow my fellow friends from the States and from the Americas in general to wake up an hour later, which is better for them. But if for Australia, Oceania, and East and Asia, Eastern Asia is way too late, then we can discuss it. Veronica says 11 o'clock is okay with me. It's actually the same for me too, because, well, in Italy it was 11 o'clock last time, and it's 11 o'clock now because we have daylight savings. But as far as I know, Brooklyn, for example, will have daylight savings tomorrow. So it's completely different, and I'm sorry for that, but we were supposed to get rid of daylight savings this year, but nobody hasn't decided this yet. I would prefer the previous time, but of course it depends on the others too. Okay, if you prefer the previous time, that we can stick with the previous time, because Tivray from Brooklyn already told me that it's not a problem if we start at 5 a.m. For them. So that's fine. We can continue with the 9 a.m. UTC instead of 10 a.m. UTC. So this first slide of today is already wrong, because it's not 9 a.m. UTC, it's 10 a.m. UTC, and I'm sorry for that. I'm going to correct it, but next slides will still be at 9 a.m. UTC, and I will make sure that I don't mess up. Okay. And I don't know if you got this already, but yeah, another reason why this costume fits is because we delayed the this lesson, and there's another thing that is going to have a delay, which is the game Cyberpunk. And I'm really happy for this delay, because this way you will stick with me until the game is released, because I'm pretty sure that this will probably consume lots of people's times during this pandemic. Cyberpunk developers had death threats over the latest game delay, which is really awful. And it makes me think that sometimes being a developer can be a dangerous job, because there are some lunatics out there that even threat you of killing you and your family just for a delay. Well, it doesn't happen all the time, but still, that's a very bad thing happening right now. And I would like to respond to this death threat with a life threat. So Cyberpunk 2077, if you're hearing me and you are not, well, live long and prosper, okay? So we were going to... Oh no, you brought up that Cyberpunk delay. Yes, I did. I'm sorry for that. But I'm not going to talk about politics like 9gag is doing lately. So we were going to address the command line interface today, which is very similar to the Matrix, if you think about it. So it would be really, really fitting if we could go to this new lesson today. But still, we were finishing the crash course. The crash course, which was a little delayed because we were going too much in depth in the HTML tags. We have a couple of slides about some HTML tags, and we also have slides about CSS. We even have 4 lessons in theory about CSS. So it's not important to look at these things today. What I wanted to do last week and also this week is mainly this crash course in which you build a full sense of confidence, because it seems like programming is really easy, putting things online is really easy, debugging is really easy, and then we crash our nose into the wall of real programming, starting from the command line. So, spooky things ahead. So we're going to finish our crash course today on this coding HTML, debugging some HTML, styling a little bit of HTML, and publishing it somewhere in an easy way, especially on Netlify. I'm going to open the editor again. I didn't do it earlier, sorry for that. Okay, and we did this together. We created an index.html in which we tried some of the main tags, the main HTML tags, and we even looked at some strange meta tags that have to be put on the head of the document. We created a hypertext document by just creating links to link different pages, which are called anchors in our case. So we anchored the index and the about. But I really hope that you also practiced at home, because this is all about practice. It's very, very easy right now. So it could seem like you don't need any practice right now, but you will need practice, and it's much better if you start right away. So I really encourage you to create your own HTML documents, try and create your own stuff, because when you practice, that's when you commit mistakes, you make errors, and when you make errors, then that's the moment in which you learn. For example, I'm going to show you this HTML document. This HTML document is called fixme.html, which probably suggests that it has some errors. And this is what happens when an unexperienced developer, a junior developer, starts writing code and messes up a little bit. It looks pretty normal at a first glance. So we have the preamble, we've got the HTML, the head and the body, and then we've got some meta tags, we've got the title, we've got an H1, we've got a paragraph, we've got an image. Okay, seems cool. But what happens if I now try to serve it from a live server? So I'm going to right click on fixme.html and open it with a live server. In that case, Ooh, is this the results I expected? No way. It seems like this document contains error as a title, and it seems like a title too. There's an image not showing, and this profile pic, which is still huge as a title, should probably be the alt of the image. So lots of errors, everything is completely messed up, even though the code can look pretty much good. Well, it's not good enough. In programming, you have to write code which is as precise as possible. In HTML, you are spoiled by browsers because browsers are very, very resilient to your errors. So they try to interpret what you are doing and try to adjust things so they will be able to show anything at all. But as soon as we move out of the realm of CSS and HTML and we go to real programming, you will see that you just need one character to completely mess up everything. And it's not that important. It can seem to you that, oh my god, I messed up everything, now I have to do everything from scratch. It's not like that. There is a one character of difference between having something that looks good and something that doesn't look good or doesn't work at all. But then you fix that character and everything still looks good back again. So it's always like that. It's things working, things not working at all. Things working back again, things not working at all. And that's pretty normal in programming. So don't worry. The real problem with programming is when you lose data. That's really important. When you lose data or when you, uncover data that shouldn't be uncovered. This is the real problem with programming. But as soon as you mess up your code and you are able to fix it, that's usually not a problem if it doesn't involve any leaking or any losing of data. So what is the problem in this code? I hope that you already spotted some small errors. I'm going to tell you one by one. First of all, the image. What's wrong with the image? Do you want to try? Do you want to tell me what's wrong with the image? I'm going to wait a little bit, and in the meantime, I'm checking if I'm showing you the proper things. Yeah. I expect this problem to be quite difficult because, well, the syntax seems pretty okay. There's H1 in the head and the paragraph is not closed. Okay, so image is not with src. That's really good. Okay, so let's try with these ones, starting from the bottom. Image is not with src. Image has src as an attribute, source, the source of the image. It's not href. Href was an attribute used for links, for anchor links. For example, in the index HTML, we had a with an href of about. Why is this href and the other one is source? Well, mostly historical reasons. I would probably try to standardize the name of these attributes, but still, this is the source of the image. This is the path from which you are retrieving the image, and you have to use the attribute src. So as you can see, the browser and the editor doesn't tell you that this is an error, but it is. This is what we called not a syntactic error, but a semantic error. Well, actually no, this is more of a syntactic error, but it's not spotted by the editor or the browser. So yeah, this is an error with the syntax, sorry. But still, it's not spotted by the browser or the editor, which makes it really difficult to find. And we still haven't found any solution to that. We can inspect and we can check what is happening. Why is this not working? So the tag is fine, the attribute name is fine, the alt is fine too. Someone could say, oh, you have to auto-close the tag, but no, that's not really true because in HTML you can auto-close the tag or leave it open and it's fine. Veronica also adds, there's a capital P if I can see it right, and it's not closed. Very good, very good. What about this image? The problem now is that the image seems correct, but it doesn't show. And the only thing that we can check now, image is fine, src is fine, alt is fine, the value of profile pic is fine, probably this is not fine. Profile.jpg. What's the real name of this image? It's profile.jpeg. So just for one character, the E, this image was not showing. Yes, guys, PNTM says, is the image available in the folder? Yes, but with another name. And Jabata says it's JPEG, not JPG. In fact, now you can see my ugly face again. So you see how easy it is to make mistakes and how difficult can it be to spot those mistakes. Let's see other mistakes. So H1, someone said H1 is in the head. It should be in the body. And you're completely right. The head is the place where we put metadata that will not be shown on the browser. So we shouldn't put the H1 here, which is not a big deal actually, because the H1 is still being shown on the browser, but still we shouldn't do that. And I can move this H1 inside of the body, and I can do it by cutting and pasting. So I can select the whole line, Control X, and then do a Control V here. Or another thing that I would like to show you is that when I position my cursor on any line in this particular editor, which is Visual Studio Code, but you can do this on multiple editors, you can press simultaneously Alt, I don't know what's the equivalent on Macs, probably it's the Option key or something like that. But if I do Alt and the arrows up and down, I can move lines up and down around the file. So it's way easier for me to move things around. So moving the H1 from the head to the body didn't solve anything at all. But still, it's a step towards the solution. Another problem is, you said it, there's a P, and the P is capital, and it's never been closed. So first of all, let's close it. Okay, I close the P, and it's still not working as a P. It shows like a heading, a title, because it's bold and it's big. Is it a problem if P is a capital letter or a lowercase letter? Well, long story short, it's not, because HTML has always been born as a case-insensitive language. So in the early days, everything was actually shouted. Everything was capital letters. But nowadays, we prefer lowercase letters because probably we don't want the code to shout at us. So actually having a lowercase or an uppercase P makes no difference at all from a syntactic point of view. But still, we prefer a lowercase p. And it still doesn't work because I still see it as an H1. And now PNTM found the real problem in this. Missing a slash in the H1. Look at this closing tag. It's not a closing tag, it's an opening tag. I'm missing one character which allows me to say this is a closing tag. I need this slash to say the H1 ends here. And if I do this, now I see what I should be seeing. H1 is an H1 and the paragraph is a paragraph. Now I can even show you how the P, if it's uppercase, doesn't make any difference at all. You see? Still working. Oh, still working because, okay, whenever I save the file, there's an auto formatter that is, as always, changing the code for me. As soon as the code has no syntax errors, this formatter will help me make things tidy. But I don't want right now, so I'm going to remove some options. I'm not telling you what I'm doing. That's not important. Okay, now P is not formatted automatically for me, and it can stay uppercase, and it still works. As you can see, nothing changes because things can be uppercase. I don't want to stress too much on that, but let's remember that only HTML is uppercase. If you start using any other language, CSS, JavaScript, it will always be case sensitive. So a capital P and a lowercase p are really, really different and have a completely different meaning. Kaisa says, and hi Angelo, welcome back, we're missing you. Why did the H1 work without the closing tag then? Oh, that's a good question. So why did the H1 work even if it was like that? Well, the reason is that if we inspect our code, this is what is actually happening. h1 will be automatically closed by the browser. And since we have another opening h1, then the browser interpreted it as an h1 containing all the rest of the code, which is kind of stupid, but it's the best that the browser could do. So it's like saying this is an h1 that doesn't close, so I'm going to close it to myself. And then there's another h1 with a paragraph and an image inside. So everything that is after this h1 is considered a child of this tag, which is kind of stupid, of course, but well, the browser is not smart enough to understand what we were meaning, right? So this is the problem that everybody has with computers. The computer does what you say, not what you want. So you have to be precise on what you are asking for. Otherwise, you will get different results. I hope that I answered your question. Okay. Speaking of problems with computers, we have many technical problems today. One of them is we started late. The other problem is that I have a small cold, so I'm sorry guys if I'm going to cough or even sneeze or and I also experienced some problems with the network stability. So if you see things freezing, don't worry, stick with me please, because things will just fix in a couple of minutes, okay? Okay, so as you can see, this stupid example that I showed you is very important because it's really, really easy while you're watching and following along my lessons to write perfect code. But as soon as you're all by yourself, you are prone to this kind of mistakes, and you should try as much as you can to incur in these mistakes. And if you're not incurring in these mistakes by yourself, you should try to force yourselves to make those mistakes. What happens if I create a capital P and it closes with a lowercase p? Will it work? Yes, it does. Okay, so, but it's an experiment. It's something that goes far beyond what we discussed in lesson. And you have to experiment all you can, everything you can, because only through experience and mistakes you will become a very good developer, an experienced developer. Experience is not just in years, it's how you spend those years, right? So if you spend 10 minutes in a very fruitful way, it will probably be more important than 10 years not doing this kind of work by yourself. Okay, so this was HTML, and I would love to show you a little bit of CSS before putting everything online. So just a quick thing in order to start writing some CSS, but it will not be exhaustive, and it's on purpose because we're going to look at CSS deeply later on, and I would like to move on other things. I'm sorry if there's some chats going on, but there's a friend of mine who's working on a thing, and he's asking me for feedback, and I don't have time for him right now. Sorry, Mohammed. I'll get back to you in 4 hours. Still, let's do a little bit of styling. So HTML is the language with which you define the structure of your document. And as you can imagine, the structure of your document is not really pretty. So in order to make things prettier, we need another kind of language. And this language is called CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets. So they are sheets of style, and they are cascading, whatever this means. So I'm going to create very quickly a new file in the same folder where I have all my HTML files. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it style.css. The name is not really important. This is a pretty standard name. Sometimes we call it main.css. Sometimes we call it other names, index.css, but I like style.css. The important part probably is the extension, which is .css, and you have to do this too, of course. Do it with me, along with me. And once I created this style.css, you will see that at least in my editor, the related icon is a hashtag, right? It's a pound symbol. And now I can write my first CSS rule, because here we are defining rules in order to style our elements in the document. So for example, if in my index.html I've got a h1 heading and I want this heading to be blue, then I can define a CSS rule like this. We define a selector, which means whom this rule will be applied to. To whom this rule will be applied to. I'm sorry, another technical problem is, of course, my English. So h1 space, and this is the selector. This is where the rule will be applied. And then I open the curly braces, and I can go to a new line, because this defines a block inside of which I can write different rules, different properties that I want to apply to this particular selector, to this particular element. So you see, we are starting to need to know how to do curly braces, and I'm really hoping that you're not struggling in finding the curly braces on your keyboard. Now you should be able to see them immediately. So h1, open curly braces. This means now the properties that I'm going to write inside of these curly braces, inside of this block, are properties that will be applied to every element of type h1 inside of the document. And one very basic property that we can define is the color. And again, it's just a matter of key value pairs. So we start defining the key of the property, which in this case is color. Then we put a colon, sorry, not a semicolon, a colon. And now we describe the value of this property. And the value of the property can be, for example, blue or blue-violet, if you see so. And we end this property with a semicolon. And this is our rule. h1 with a couple of braces, curly braces, and inside color, column, and the word blue. And then a final semicolon to just say, okay, this line ended. This is my first property. This style will never be applied to my index unless I somehow link those two files together. So if I try to see what is my index like, I will see that no h1 in this document has been affected by that rule. The h1 is not blue as I wanted. And this is because I have two different documents and I have to link them. I have to say that I want to apply these styles, all the rules that are right inside of here, for the document called index.html. So I'm going to index.html and I'm going to add a new tag which allows me to say, hey, for this document, please make use of that style sheet. That tag is usually a tag that you put on the head. Why is that? Well, because it's a tag, it's a meta tag that tells you a story of how things should be styled, but it's not directly showing on the browser. You will not see the style on the browser. You will see the effects of the style on the browser. So in this case, I would love it to be something like, okay, create a tag called style, blah, 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 but it's not. Unfortunately, here too, it's quite strange. We have to create a link. What? It's a link? Yes, it's a link to another file, to the style sheet. And that's probably one reason why the links that we are used to know are not called links, but A's, anchors, because the name link was already taken by the style sheets. I don't know. So we can have a link with an href, and the href will hold the name of the style that we created. So the style CSS file. This is one of those auto-closing tags, or you can just skip the auto-closing because HTML is like that. I usually prefer to auto-close tags. I think it's proper. I don't know, it fits better. I'm not sure that this works already. No, it's not. And I'm really happy for that, because there's another thing that is missing here. What kind of link is this? Well, apparently the link tag was created in order to create different kinds of links. And in the future, link will probably be used a little more than it is nowadays. Nowadays, link is pretty much used just for style sheets. But one day, the link will also link other things like, well, modular component or things that are way too complicated to say now. So the only thing that we need to add right now is also what kind of link this is. And another very strange attribute that you have to add in order to specify this is rel is equal to style sheet. Why? Don't know, but this works. So rel style sheet just means, okay, this is a link, and the kind of link is a style sheet. This is a link of type style sheet, and in order to get that style sheet, you have to go to style.css, which is in the current directory. So once you've created successfully style.css and saved the file, remember, and once you created this link on the page you want to apply the style to, then when you go to the browser, you should see the headings, the H1s, be actually styled according to the properties that you specified, according to the rules that you specified. Is anything wrong going on here? Everything's fine? Are you still there following? Let me just check also the previous messages, because I could have missed something. This is as early as I can do in New York City. Okay. I would prefer the previous time, but of course it depends on the others too. Oh no, you brought up the cyberpunk delay. Okay, then there was also just help from you about how to solve those problems. Okay, PNTM says, yes, everything is working fine. If anybody has any problems, just tell me. You can also write it on Slack if you prefer. And as always, I can try to help you. But is it correct that we cannot change the colors in HTML, but only CSS file? Not really. No, you can change colors in HTML files. You can, which doesn't mean you should. In fact, I will show you in the following lessons how there are at least 4 different ways in which you can apply style to your documents. And some have their advantages, some have huge disadvantages. But the rule that I can spoil right now is it's much better to separate concerns, which is a slang that we use in software engineering, separation of concerns. You want structure and styles to be separated, because if you mix them together, it will be very hard to districate them and to juggle between these 2 concerns at the same time. So yes, you can style things directly in the HTML, but it's better if you try as much as you can not to do it. Okay? Sorry, my throat. I kind of missed the reason why we must add the rel style sheet. Okay, let's go a little deeper then. Link tag. Okay, so as you can see on w3schools.com, the HTML link tag has one example, which is a style sheet. Link rel style sheet href styles CSS, which is exactly the same thing that we've done. But let's go a little deeper. The link tag defines the relationship between the current document and an external resource, any kind of external resource. We just found one external resource, which is a style sheet, but maybe there are other external resources. So by putting rel, you're just saying that the kind of resource we are linking is actually a style sheet. It's a particular source, which is a style sheet, but maybe there are other kinds of resources that we haven't met yet. The link tag is most often used to link the external style sheets, and the link element is an empty element. It contains attributes only, as we already saw. Let's see what allowed values for the rel attribute there are. And as you can see, there are many. There's the alternate, author, DNS prefetch, help, icon, license, next, pingback, preconnect, prefetch, preload, pre-render, prev, search, style sheet. Oh, there's also style sheet. And this attribute apparently is required. So you have to specify which kind of link you want to add. This could be interesting. Rel icon. So let me check one thing. Let me check on this website. What's in the head? If I look at the head, I see a couple of links that I can understand, because this is a link to an href, which is an external resource on Google Fonts, and it's of rel style sheet. The one above it is another link, rel style sheet, with an href of a CSS, which is actually a local file. And this is very important. I don't know if you saw this, but apparently the attributes are not supposed to be in a precise order. As you can see, you can put rel before href or href before rel. And this is a cool experiment that you can try yourselves when you're by yourselves at home. What happens if I say link rel style sheet and href style CSS? Will it still work? And these are experiments that you have to try yourselves. Yes, it works, because it makes no difference the order in which you put the attributes of an element, of a tag. But look at this other link. This is a different kind of link, because it still has an href, but it's the link to an icon, and it's a link of rel icon. And it also says what kind of icon this is. You know that there are multiple kinds of images, so JPEGs, GIFs, or GIFs, PNGs, but there's also these kind of icons called ICO. And it says, hey, if you want to show this icon, please use this kind of, it's called a MIME type. We don't want to go too much in detail on that. It's technical details, we don't care. But still, this is an image of kind icon. And what is this link rel icon about? Well, it's the icon that you see here on the tab next to the document title. So if you want to customize the icon on the tab, then this is the way you do it, with a link of rel icon, which is different from a link rel style sheet. Okay? And I think that this icon can also be used whenever you save your web application on the desktop. This will be the icon of the progressive web application. So it's just like the icon of the app on your device. But still, this is already too much. You see, there are multiple kinds of links, and that's nothing to do with anchor links from a page to the other. But still, there are at least two kinds of links we care about, which is a link to the style sheet and a link to the icon. So that's why we need to specify what kind of link this is. Okay, I'm stopping here with CSS, but don't worry, because we're going to speak a lot about CSS. And I was thinking recently about giving you later on an exercise such as recreating some landing page, some website. For example, this is a landing page that I created recently for a startup I'm the CTO of. In fact, you can see, as always, my face everywhere. And I think that this could be a good exercise once you've discovered the most important CSS rules. And it could be a fun way to try and use these languages for something that is real or likely real. Okay, so this is a real website I created with plain HTML and CSS, And maybe one day I will ask you to create a similar landing page with HTML and CSS. You can do lots of things. And this website is also responsive, so we will use media queries. There was some of you who asked me, are we going to use, are we going to address media queries and responsiveness? Of course, yes, that's really important. We're not just going to show and see coding, we're going to see real life coding. Okay, now we want to push all our work, all our portfolio to the matrix, which means that we can go to not Netflix, netlify.com, and you can go yourself to netlify.com. I think you have to create a new account, so there's a sign up here, sign up button here. You can sign up with, well, different kinds of accounts, but you can go just with the basic email and password. I'm pretty sure that you know how to sign up to an account, so I'm not going to show you, but I'm going to wait for you to do so. I must confess that I already have an account, and it's also linked with GitHub, so I probably need to just click on this GitHub link, and I will probably already authenticate it. Yeah. Okay, so I do have my account and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to put my website online. You're probably not, because you're creating your account right now and it could take some time. So I'm just going to wait a little bit so you're able to catch up with this. In the meantime, I hope everything's fine. I hope that you're spending a good Halloween at home. I have daily dev extension. Yes, I do. If I open a new tab, what I see is not probably what most of you see. It's the daily dev extension that I installed on my browser that gives me a few very interesting articles on the developer world. So, build a production-ready data imported in minutes, complete with the validation and a UI component. Ooh, seems interesting, but that's actually an ad. 8 free online games to help you learn coding. Ooh, that seems interesting. But please watch out, because if you think that you will learn coding by just using games such as, well, Blockly games that we did together, then no, that's not coding. That's just a way to introduce you to coding, but real coding is a different thing. It's sweat, it's frustration, it's a lot of text and not many colorful things, but still, it's a beautiful thing. I love coding and I always find it fun. Simple things, complex thing, coding is really, really fun, always. Useful extensions for front-end developer. Let's build a video conferencing app. So Hack Woo Woo says, yeah, it's really cool extension. Yes, it is. Yes, it was suggested to me by a friend called Sohaib, and he was right. Every time I have some time to slack off, I can just open a new tab, find some interesting articles. I click on them and I read. There are many other websites for developers. One of the most important probably is Hacker News. Hacker News, which is pretty basic, which can be a plus, because it's just a list of trending articles on the web about, well, developers, developing, coding, engineering, hacking, but it's really, really bare bones. And I know that a lot of people prefer Hacker News because it just gives you what you want. But I'm also starting to like this dev extension. Okay, so far I suppose that you created an account on Netlify. Is there anybody still struggling with that? Did you receive an email to confirm your account and you have to go back and forth between websites and email clients? Or is everything cool? Pretty sure that everything is cool. If nobody is writing, it's probably because they're still struggling doing things. I really hope that you're not missing out with things that I've done previously. If you are, don't worry. You can always stop me and ask me to, okay, everything cool, I'm ready, all good already there. Awesome. Okay, thanks for the feedback. Done, but the password requirement is a hassle. Okay, I can imagine that. I really can imagine that. Okay, so if you are inside, you should see something similar to what I'm seeing now here. So this is my team, and this is the free plan, and I've got this space in which I can deploy my websites. So how do I deploy my websites? As far as I know, you can just drag and drop the folder that contains your website. So first of all, how do I find the folder in which my website is being developed? One thing that I could suggest you that should work in every operating systems that you are using is, you know that you are dealing with a crash course here, right? Or even you have the index.html open. You can right click on the editor on one of these files, index.html, and there should be one option in the menu that says open containing folder. If you do this, it should open the file manager on that folder. I really hope it does for you too. And I can see my files in here, in this folder. I can also go up one folder and have Crash Course as a folder ready to be deployed online. So how do I deploy it online? I go back to the website, go back to the file manager. I'm sorry, but this is the only way I know. And you drag and drop Crash Course into this box, into this area. Veronica says, I've got it under Reveal in File Explorer. Oh, awesome. Okay, Reveal in File Explorer, which I believe it's Windows, right? Okay, so if you are able to reveal the file and the folders in the File Explorer, you just drag this folder inside of the area. I'm doing it, uploading it, starting to do something. Okay, it's online. What? Yes, it is. So if you look here on the top, in my case, it says focused Quran. What is a Quran? This is not a holy book. What is a Quran? Lots of things, but mainly the last name of someone. Okay, so this is actually a randomly generated name with a couple of real life words that have a meaning, and instead a hash, so some sort of a unique code that will allow us to uniquely identify our site among every other people's site. So as you can see, after a while you should see this green link, and if you click on this link, boom, this is our website and it's online. The difference between what we had before and what we have now is that this link can actually be seen by anybody. So you can share it with your friends, with your family, with your coworkers, with me. Mine is Hungry Corey. Yeah, it's the only way. I think the second will be connected to GitHub rep or drag the file as you did right now. Yeah, drag the file. Yeah, exactly. So right now we've got this link, and this is a public link. So Netlify is hosting our website for everybody to enjoy. So my website is so ugly that I don't want to share it with anybody else right now, but still, if anybody has this URL, this uniform resource locator, which just means this address, then yeah, drag, not drag. That's fine. Then this is actually already online. We published everything to the matrix. And I'm pretty sure that we can also change the name if we don't like this focused Quran. Or you can add custom domains, well, but we don't care too much. This domain is, as you can see, a subdomain, because the URL is focusquran blah 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 .netlify.app. So we are hosted under Netlify's hat. And if we want to host it on our own domain, such as ingloriouscoders.it or leapp.co, then we need to buy a domain. If you want a high-level domain, if you want a first-level domain, you have to buy it. So there's people paying money in order to have leapp.co as a name or ingloriouscoders.it as a name. There's people buying, that's me. But still, in order to be hosted under someone else's domain, it's not mandatory to pay anything immediately. Quick question: why is the link opening the index.html and not the about.html? That's another brilliant question. Thanks. And this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. So why is Focus Around Netlify app showing index.html? It doesn't say it's opening its index.html here. It was saying it here when I was using my live server, but why is it working like that on the web? Well, the reason is strictly related to the name index.html. Little did you know, index.html is a special name. It's a name that is so common that it's the default name of every single home page we have on the web. In fact, if I remove index.html and I go to this URL, to this address, without index.html, it shows me the home page. So index.html is really important. If it was called, I don't know, indices.html or main.html, we wouldn't have the same feature, but index.html does it. So this not having index.html is the same thing as having it. In fact, if I now go to this focus current /index.html, it works. And if I want to go to the about page, I have to specify explicitly about.html. You see? Well, for the index, that's not important. So the next question that I'm going to pose to you is, oh, what do we have multiple index HTML pages, says Jabata. I'm probably going to answer the same thing from a different point of view. So I like not seeing the file name on the browser, on the address. I don't like to see index.html. So I prefer it to have it like this. But what if I want to go to the about page? I don't want to see about.html. I would probably just want to see about. For example, in my website, Inglorious Coders, I can go to the who section and I can see ingloriouscoders.it/who, not who.html, which is ugly. Okay? So I would love to have this. And how can I achieve this? Well, if you think about it, I think you have the solution already, because you can create a new folder in your website. You can call this folder about. You can put the about HTML inside. Yes, I want to move the about. And you can now rename the about HTML into an index HTML. So this probably answers Bobby's question about what if we have multiple index HTML pages. You cannot have multiple index HTML pages in the same folder, because a file name is a unique name and you cannot have two equally named files in the same folder. But you can have two equally named files in different folders. And actually you can even use this at your advantage. So if you create an about folder with an index.html inside, which contains the about page, now you're able to show your website as an index and /about without the HTML, and it still works. The only thing that doesn't work is the picture. And not only the picture, what probably is broken now is the link to the about page, because there's no more an about.html anymore. So as you can see, small changes can really mess up your code. And this is something that we always need to take into account when programming. In fact, most of software engineering techniques are all about trying to make it so that small changes in your code don't mess everything up. You are applying software engineering techniques in order to perform changes in some part of the code that have no impact whatsoever on other parts of the code. But here we are dealing with markup languages such as HTML and CSS, and there's not much software engineering that we can do. We just need to pay attention to what we are doing. So to recap, I had an about.html file in Crash Course. Now I created an about folder in Crash Course, and I moved the about.html inside of this folder, and I changed the name from about.html to index.html. So now we have two files which have the same name, but they are in different separate folders. So that's fine. I also need to fix a couple of links, which means that in the index.html, I still have a link to the about.html page, which doesn't mean anything at all. Oh, wait a second, a question from PNTM. So if we move the about.html to a dedicated folder, we will have to change the href to index.html from about.html. Will it link to itself? Oh, okay. So I'm just replying to you. So in the index.html, we have to point to the proper about.html. What is the proper address of this about page? It's not about HTML anymore. We could probably just say about, which is the name of the folder, or we can say about/index.html in order to be more explicit, because that's the file contained in the about folder. Let's see what happens. So if I keep about/index.html, I can see the address that I'm going to in the lower bottom part of the browser. Can you see it in gray? I'm going to go to about/index.html. So if I click on it, yes, it worked. It worked, but still, I don't like about/index.html. The reason why I created this folder called about is because I wanted to get rid of the file name and the file extension. So we can try also another thing. We can try to skip completely the name of the file and see if this works exactly the same. So we're now going to /about, and that's it. Yes, it works. It also adds an extra slash, but that's not a problem. We don't need to care about that. It's actually nicer. I like it better. Because without the about, there's still some sort of slash. Sometimes it's hidden, sometimes not. And if I go to about, it's still showing me the about page. So as you can see, I moved around things, and now I have to fix links to and from the about page. This is a link to the about page, and I easily changed the link so it doesn't go to about.html file anymore, because there's no such file anymore. But I can go to the folder called about and the index.html file inside of it, or just about as a folder, because as we already said, index.html is a special name, and it's the default name of any web page that doesn't want to show the file name and the extension of the browser. I'm being a little simplistic right now. There's not just index.html. There's also index.jsp, index.php, but we don't care too much about those. Just say that index is the special name, okay? Another problem that we have is right inside the about page, because in the about page, the picture of my ugly face is broken. So how do we deal with that? What is the problem here? Well, if I go to the about/index.html, I can see that there's an image that points to a profile JPEG. But profile JPEG is not in the same folder in which this document is. And that's the problem. So we broke the link between this document and the image that it's referencing, because the image is not in the same folder. I just told you that you just need to put the name of the file. That's not entirely true. And today, by looking at the command line, we will see what this exactly means. This is not just the name of a file. This is the path of the file. This is where to find the file. If the file is in the same folder, then yes, it corresponds to the name of the file. But if the file is somewhere else in another folder, you have to specify that folder. So in this particular case, I'm going to tell you, without explaining too much, that you can solve this thing by saying ... What? Yes, it's like that. ... And the link to the index.html is the same. You can point to the index.html, which is the home page, by stating ... index.html. What does this ... mean? Don't worry, as soon as this crash course is over, we'll move to the command line and we'll discuss a lot about these special characters because they're very, very important in programming in general. Okay, so the image has now a fixed src, which is ... /profile JPEG, and the link also to the home page is exactly the same. You know what? We don't like index.html, so we can probably even remove, again, the file name because it's going to work. And the slash is optional. You will see this too. So you can leave it or you can remove it. That's fine. Let me check if this works on the live server that we have. Yes, the image is fine. And the link is pointing back to the home. So everything seems working pretty good by just adding this magic ... thing here. And since it's working, I'm going to deploy it back again on the browser, on the web, okay? So I'm not going to create a new website. I'm just going to update the current website with this new version of my code. I'm going slow and stopping because I expect you guys you are trying, probably experimenting, so I don't want to go too fast since I cannot see your faces or your hands on the keyboard. But still, I can now go back to Netlify, and Netlify says that my site is deployed. I'm really happy for that, but I would also love to update my website. How do I do this? No idea. Let me see what happens if I just try to redrag this here. No, I don't think this will work. Okay, so we can go to probably deploys, the deploys section. Ooh, this seems good. Because there's an area here that says, hey, need to update your site, drag and drop your site folder here. Oh, that's exactly what I want to do. So the section, the proper section is not site overview, it's deploys. Because, well, a deploy is putting things online. We can say it like that. It's shipping things in production. So if I get to the deploys section, there is a new area in which I can drag and drop my update to the website. So I'm going to drag it there, and we have the new website. So now the index.html is not visible, and if I go to the about page, it just goes to /about, which is more professional than seeing about.html. Okay? Very cool. So we finally put our portfolio online. I know that it's a basic portfolio, but in the following lesson, we will definitely make our portfolio better and better. Angela says, could repeat the deploy step, couldn't follow, sorry. No worries at all. So we are in the Netlify's website overview. There is a section just next to site overview which says deploys, and I can click on this section, on this tab. I also missed this trying to figure out. Okay, don't worry. So now that we changed our code, I went back to Netlify where there was this site overview of my newly deployed website. Now, there are many tabs here, and the only tab that I need to care about, apparently, is the second one, which is called deploys. Deploy is a term used to say ship online, publish, or put in production, make it so that people are able to enjoy your website. If I go to the deploys section, You don't lose the URL on update, like it will stay the same or it will be changed. Well, that's the cool thing about updates. No, the URL will stay the same. If you want a different URL, you have to create a new website. But Netlify allows you to update the content of the website without changing the address. So that's the cool thing. And now that we are in the deploys tab, there is an area here that says need to update your site, drag and drop your site folder here. So that's inviting. I can go back to my file explorer and I can just drag and drop my folder back into this area. And in a few seconds, you will be able to see that your website has been updated. In fact, I now have 2 deploys, one in production today at 11:47 a.m., which is my local time, not UTC, and another deploy, which was just 3 minutes ago, today at 12:02 p.m., my local time. And the URL remained the same. So if I click on the URL right now, it just shows me the new version of the website, but with the same address. Is there a way to remove the trailing slash? Probably yes, and but it's a very complex thing, and it usually doesn't matter really much. In fact, I don't know many websites that do not have that trailing slash. Well, I see this one, deploys, doesn't have a trailing slash. What if I put the trailing slash? It still works. So you can see deploys with or without the trailing slash is fine. And if I go to site overview, plugins, etc., no trailing slash. The reason why here there's no trailing slash, I could assume it's probably because I'm not actually navigating between multiple pages and multiple folders inside of a website. This website is like many other websites out there. It's actually, we used to call it a single page application. So it's an application that runs on only one HTML page. So what we are seeing here when changing tabs is not changing pages. It's actually changing just a small portion of the same page. And this involves a lot of JavaScript code. So this is an advanced topic, and it allows you to customize your address also by avoiding the trailing slash. But, you know, we don't really care too much about that. But still, yes, it is possible. And it will be possible one day in the following lessons. Well, probably in the latest lessons. I'm not losing any comment, right? I'm still relying on my cell phone in order to read all your comments. But I'm pretty sure I caught up with everything. Okay, so that's it for the crash course. And as I told you already, this is supposed to give you a false sense of security. And it's a false sense of security because, well, in line with the spookiness of Halloween, I'm now going to scare you with more difficult things. But before that, I want to make sure that you're comfortable with everything that we've done so far. Probably yes. Okay, no feedback, which means good feedback. So this is what we've done so far. We coded, we debugged a little bit using the Chrome's developer tools or any other browser's developer tools. We started a little bit of styling, which was really, really basic, but don't worry, we'll get back to it. And we published online using this free service called Netlify. All good, nice. Okay, now, just a very quick chat on the context that we are operating. I tried to make this part as fun as possible by drawing doodles myself. Got a little lost in Netlify, but we'll mess with it later. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ray. If I can help you any way, please tell me. We can see it right now, or we can see it later after the lesson on Slack or with a one-to-one chat. That's not a problem for me. So really don't worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a few things, theoretical things about how engineering and software engineering works. First of all, you have to understand, and you probably understood, that everything in engineering is a series of layers. And if you think about layers of a cake, you're probably quite wrong, because they're not as colorful as and as tasty as the layers of a cake, but they are more boring. Well, actually, they're exciting for some people like me. But still, they are layers of abstraction. They are layers of complexity, which means that every piece of complex engineering that you see nowadays, which can be a cell phone, a computer, the internet, or a game console, anything, is constructed, is built, not from scratch all at once, but it's a series of small problems, small low-level problems that were solved, and those solutions became the foundation on which to deal with higher level problems. So in this image, which is kind of strange, you can see what happens, for example, on a computer. A computer, if you look inside of it, has transistors, has resistances, I don't know the name of some of these pieces, I'm sorry for that. Condensers? I don't know. Capacitors, and resistances and transistors. And all of these circuitry is the basis on which logical ports are created. And the logical ports are the basis on which low-level languages are constructed. And those low-level languages allowed us to abstract even more and create high-level languages and high-level problems until we can deal with problems that any human being is able to deal with. For example, the problem of solving a puzzle on Super Mario, okay? So bear in mind that nowadays you cannot solve anything without relying on the shoulder of giants, of other people that solved lower level problems, so you are able to solve higher level problems. And this reflects a lot in languages. So, for example, computers still work on low-level languages, which are called with names such as assembly or C, and also probably C++. But I would say that C++ is between low and high level. But probably C and assembler are now considered low-level languages, which means that these languages speak the language of the machine, are very close to the language of the metal of the machine, and are very, very difficult for us humans to understand. But still, those languages are really, really important, because when you speak the language of the machine, you have control, total control of the machine, and you can build very performant and very powerful things. So low-level languages are still widely used in certain environments, such as, well, parts of video games, because the game engine of a video game must be as performant as possible, because you want to keep those 60 FPS with the beautiful graphics going on, right? So usually when you use a game engine, the core of that game engine is usually developed in C, C++. And, well, performance and power, you sometimes need them on microcontrollers. So today is the era of the Internet of Things, which means that anything, even this bottle, can have a microchip attached, can have sensors, and can send me data, and I can send commands to this bottle in order to do things for me. Well, that small chip that I attach to my bottle, that microcontroller, is usually programmed with a low-level programming language because you don't have enough room to put an entire operating system and an entire big thing inside of a microcontroller. As far as I know, the Apollo rockets were programmed in low-level code, and it's probably a good thing if they now run Windows and have a Java virtual machine running on them, and then you have to deal with so many other problems such as, I don't know, pop-up blockers, firewalls, and we don't care about these things. So you want to go close to the metal in order to address only the things that you care about. We are not going to see any low-level languages in this course because this is more of a web development course, which deals with another two kinds of languages, which are high-level languages. And high-level languages speak just like, not humans, speak like nerds, like me. So they are more similar to human language. They are more similar to the business language. But still, it's still languages that are not exactly the same as spoken language. And they have certain precise rules that you have to follow. So they are high level, but it's not like asking the computer, hey computer, please create a website for me. It's not like that. Maybe one day it will become like that, but for now we still have lots of work to do as developers with high level languages. There are other languages that we can call graphical or markup languages, and this is what we've done so far. HTML and CSS are pretty high level. They are at a higher level than higher level languages. They are not even called programming languages. Some purists say that these are not supposed to be called high level programming languages. They are markup languages, which means that they just allow you to paint things around. They are declarative languages, which means that you declare what you are supposed to see, and they are not imperative, or they are not procedural languages, which means that you're not commanding the machine to do something. You're just describing what the world you are imagining to be. Another important distinction that you probably know or probably not is the distinction between the front end and the back end. So we said that every piece of technology is huge and complex and subdivided in different layers of abstraction. Well, two important layers are the front end and the back end. The front end is what the user usually sees and interacts with, and it usually tries to be as cute and as easy, accessible as possible. It deals with the user experience. It deals with the interaction with the user. And then there's another part, which is the backend, which hides all the internal complexity. It's where monsters are usually, but that's not true. You will see that I really care about the beauty of both the front end and the back end. In fact, one of my mottos is, it's all a matter of front end, even on the back end. So there is this distinction between the front end and the back end. We are starting with the front end. HTML and CSS are typical languages of the front end, the web front end. JavaScript was born as a language for the front end, but nowadays it can be used everywhere. So even in the back end. In fact, I usually use JavaScript on the back end and I'm pretty fine with that. So as soon as we start dealing with JavaScript, we're going to cover all the aspects of software, both front end and back end. Well, at least these two aspects. There's so many other aspects in software engineering. There are some modules involved. In this layered architecture, you can have the graphical interface, which is the front end, the business logic, which means the code that does all the calculations for you, is usually in between the front end and the back end. Sometimes you have all the logic on the back end. Sometimes you have all the logic on the front end. Sometimes you share this logic in between. And that's where probably JavaScript shines, because you don't care. JavaScript works pretty well both on the front end and on the back end. So you can write the code, the business logic in JavaScript, and decide later on if you want to put it on the front end part or on the back end side. And there's also other things involved in programming. For example, storing data. And this sort of cake here, this cylinder here, is called a database. A database is usually a store that stores and efficiently data and allows you to retrieve that data efficiently. And these arrows that go outside are my way to convey the message that your application usually also relies on some external services. Well, for example, our About page used to have an iframe containing some YouTube video. So that's relying on some external service, right? So there is a slight distinction between front-end and back-end, but we cannot always tell where to draw the line. And the only thing that we know is that everything is still structured in layers, and high-level layers usually communicate with lower-level layers, and it's never the opposite. A low-level layers never communicates directly with a higher-level layer, which means that, for example, my computer right now has a graphical user interface and can show me the temperature of the CPU. So it's going low level to the basic circuitry in order to provide me an information about the health of my computer. So this is a high level component, which is the graphical user interface, communicating to a very low level component, which is my CPU, in order to give me that information. But the CPU will never ask directly my graphical user interface, hey, I'm getting too hot. Please tell my user that he has to, I don't know, open a fan or shut off the computer because otherwise I'm melting. So this kind of communication directly from CPU to GUI, to graphical user interface, is never going to happen. And you don't want it to happen, because if the CPU, if a low-level model knows who is on top of it, then that CPU will be used only in accordance to that graphical user interface. The CPU will be tied to the specific graphical user interface that we are using right now. Instead, my computer is able to support Windows, is able to support Linux, which I installed in fact, and is also able to install virtual machines on which I have Windows, Mac, Linux, or whatever. And this is cool because my machine was made as small modules that know everything about what they have below, because they have to use resources and functionalities of the modules that they have below, but never know anything about the modules that will be built upon them. They try to be as generic as possible in order to be reused in any kind of way. This is an important concept, which is called modularity. And it seems like pretty straightforward for some, but I can assure you that so many developers have this concept in mind and don't apply it in their code. So instead, we will try to be always as modular as possible. We will always discuss about the modularity of our code. So did I say that communication is never allowed from lower layers to upper layers? Well, no. That's not true. I tricked you, I cheated. There is some sort of communication that can be sent upstairs to the higher layers. And this kind of communication, however, as you can see from the dotted line, is indirect. It's not a direct communication, it's indirect. And it usually is implemented in a couple of ways. One way is actually still a way from the upper layers to communicate with the lower layers, and it's called polling. Polling means every n minutes, for example, every 5 minutes, asking to the lower layers, hey, is there anything new? And the lower layer will say, no, not much. Okay, after 5 minutes. Hey, and now, is everything new? and the lower layer say, no, nothing there. And this is usually what happens, for example, with email clients, right? When you receive an email, you probably don't receive it in real time. There's an email client that is doing some polling every minute or every 5 minutes or every day. Depends on how you want to put it. And I'm pretty sure that if I open something like my process manager, my system monitor, I see these graphs being updated, but I'm pretty sure that this is my operating system asking every single second or fraction of second, hey, how's the situation going? How much are you working right now? 13.6%? Okay, I'm gonna graph it. So I think, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty confident that this is polling. It seems like the CPU is communicating with me directly, but it's actually not. This is still a high-level module, which is polling down to the low-level model. And there's also another way that we can create this alternative form of communication, which is what we call it push notifications nowadays, right? When you write a chat message and the chat message appears almost immediately on someone else's device. How do you do that? Well, there's a very complex thing called the observer pattern, the publisher-subscriber pattern, and we're not going to discuss it because it's way too complicated. But maybe one day I will reveal what it's about. Well, actually, there's a lot of this pattern in JavaScript. So as soon as we deal with a little more complex things in JavaScript, you will see what I'm talking about. And it's a sort of indirect communication between low-level modules that are able to notify things to the high-level modules without knowing them. Whoever you are, I'm notifying you this information. Please take care of that information as much as you want. So as something quite strange, but it works. It can work. It's just a little more complicated. That's why we usually prefer the first form of communication, from high-level models to low-level models. I really hope that that this talk is making sense to you. I don't know if it's too abstract. So how do models communicate with each other? Well, there's a word called API, which you probably already heard of. API is an acronym for Application Programming Interface, which makes no sense to me. But we can still think of the word, we can stress the word interface. Everything has to have an interface. And I'm not talking just about graphical interfaces. That's one kind of interface. The graphical user interface, the GUI, is a kind of interface. But the interface is just the way you show yourself to the public, the way you allow interaction. And if you think about it, anything can have an interface, even cats. So I never owned a cat, unfortunately, but I know for sure, I love cats. I love dogs too. But I know for sure that cats sometimes love to be scratched and petted in certain areas, and they really hate to be scratched and petted in some other areas. It depends sometimes even on the person that is petting them. People that they trust more will be allowed to touch more areas, and people that are untrusted will probably better stay away from the cat, something like that. So a cat can have an interface, and maybe you want to write down that interface. You want to document, hey, my cat loves scratches on the forehead, on the neck, doesn't really like scratches on the back, she loves it on the butt, never touch her tail, and no, don't touch her paws because she doesn't like it. Okay, so what you are going to write is the documentation of your interface. And this is usually called the API. The API is just how to interact with a system. And that's it. So we're always going to we're always going to think about how to present our software outside of the scope of what we're doing through the API, through this interface. When we deal with the network, we already told about the fact that we can have these two components called the front end and the back end. Well, if you put the front end and the back end you split them and you put them into two different machines, a computer and a mobile phone, or a computer and another computer, and then you can call them a client and a server. And you make them communicate through the network, and this is the typical client-server architecture, which is a very important network architecture that we use every day. We are using it right now, and I think it's pretty important to pinpoint it right now. The client is just a role that some entity can have at any time. And the server is another role. So the client is someone who performs requests, is someone asking for a service. And the server is instead the one that provides the service, is the one that responds to the questions by providing the service, the information or the functionalities that were required. Okay? So this is to mean that my computer right now is not a client. My computer is not a server. It is a client or it is a server, depending on the situation. For example, my computer right now can be considered the client of Twitch because my computer is streaming content and sending it to Twitch that will be able to store these streams and the recording, and is also able to show the stream to you guys. So probably in this particular situation, my computer is the client and Twitch servers are the server. But while we were creating our own website, well, we also created a server. In fact, when I went live on this website, let's open with live server. Okay. My computer is now a server. What? It is a web server. It is a server that serves web pages. So what I'm saying right now is that the browser in my computer is the client that is requesting web pages to a server. And the server is just a software that is running on my computer and it's serving those pages to myself. Everything is happening in the same computer. But I know that this can sound confusing, but that's how it is. Client and server are not two different machines, and they are just roles that anybody can have. For example, right now you are my clients and I am your server because you are requesting information from me and I'm providing information for you. But probably as soon as I ask you guys for feedback, then I am your client and you are my servers. Okay? So it's just a role. And you will see that all this has a lot of importance when choosing right technologies. Here we are going very high level. One day you will probably become developers, senior developers, and you will have to make choices. Right now I'm doing all the choices for you. And one day if you start your career as a junior developer, there are other people who will do the choices for you. So you will have to just work on low-level problems. But one day, sooner or later, you will say, okay, am I going to write everything from scratch, or should I use something that will help me in obtaining the same solution? And there are so many layers of abstraction. For example, if you want to build a website, you can do this without any coding at all by using a CMS, a content management system, such as WordPress or Drupal or Magento, PrestaShop. There's so many content management systems out there and they are usually free for a start. So you can just create your own website with a nice graphical user interface and you don't need to know any coding at all. Lots of web agencies make money like this. They just customize a little bit the HTML and the CSS, which we are learning together. So at the end of the part of HTML and CSS, you can already find some jobs related to that. But the more important part, the meat, is when you want to write the code by yourself. In that case, you will be helped by different levels of abstraction. For example, if you are going to write everything from scratch, but you need to show diagrams on your web page, and you don't want to write all the code that creates a diagram, that makes it colorful, that makes it interactive, etc., then you can use a library. What is a library? A library is just a piece of code that was created by someone else that you can import in your code base, and you have that extra functionality for free for you. Well, for free. Some libraries are paid, but still, so many libraries are open source instead. And you can use that piece of code made by someone else, you include it in your code, and it just works for you. It gives you one less problem to deal with. I see the chat very silent, but I hope everything is fine. I hope you're not sleeping with all this chat. I promise I'm almost over with the theoretical part. Sometimes you don't want just to have code that solves specific problems. Sometimes you want some external code that takes care of every aspect of your application, or maybe that can give structure to your complex application and enforce that structure. In that case, we usually involve a framework. A framework is more than a library. There are two definitions for framework, one which I agree with, one which I don't agree with. Someone says that a framework deals with every aspect of your application, of your project, and I'm not really fond of this definition. A framework instead, as for me, usually gives you a structure to your code and enforces the structure. This is what usually a framework is about. But still, potato, potato. A platform gives you even more than a framework. For example, if you are developing apps, when you develop an app, usually you are dealing with a special language, a special editor, a special virtual machine, special tools. All these things combined are part of a platform that allows you to create something not from scratch, but with any help that the platform can give. So there are so many levels of abstraction customization that one day we will have to deal with and to decide. But for now, we will probably stick with bare bones code, sometimes with a library. Let's see. Maybe I would like to show you some libraries in the future. And there's a high level, which is about cloud services. So when you want your code to run on the cloud, there are some services from Amazon, from Google, from Microsoft. And these services allow you to not code at all certain parts of your application. You just use those services and call them through their APIs. For example, one important buzzword that was recently created is called serverless. What does serverless mean? It doesn't mean it's without server. It means that someone else is providing the server to you. So you remember the distinction between client and server? Well, you can create the client and you don't need to create also the server because Google Firebase will provide the server to you. They provide already a database in which to store data. They provide a way to add special functions if you need them. They host this server. They provide you the API in order to use that server, and everything is taken care of by them at a certain cost, of course. But still, you can decide what services you want to leave to the cloud, which means someone else's computer, or which services and which functionalities you want to build by yourself. There's a good question by Bobby Jabata who says, wasn't Bootstrap included in your slides? Yes, it is, but later on. Bootstrap is mentioned in the tutorial Code Makery that was, Code Makery CH. If you follow this HTML and CSS tutorial made by Marco Jacob, then this is going really far because it allows you to create a website with HTML. It explains pretty soon what CSS is about. And at a certain point, it also speaks about CSS frameworks such as Bootstrap. I'm not following this tutorial, however. This was, for me, part of the crash course, and I encourage you guys to have a look at it by yourselves right now or later on when we deal with other topics. But for now, we're not dealing with Bootstrap. Bootstrap is also mentioned in one of my slides, which I think it's this one, Beyond CSS. So in slide number 9, I'm going to talk about CSS frameworks, such as Bootstrap. So yes, stick with me and we are also going to speak about Bootstrap. The important thing for now for me is to build solid foundations because HTML and CSS are not that difficult. So I would like to explain you the concepts and the rules and then make it so that you will be able to learn even by yourselves. We are going to do things together, but it will be very easy for you to go on by yourselves on these things. While JavaScript is much, much more complex, and I would like to stress more on that. So this is all of the theoretical part. There is a practice time slide, which is, if you want, complete the HTML and CSS tutorial on Code Makery, just as I mentioned a while ago. And if you want, you can try to play this game. You can hack the website Code Makery. And when I say hack, it doesn't mean break it. I'm using the romantic meaning of hacking, which is trying to look inside and try to understand deeply things, not breaking stuff. So what I was mentioning here is you can go to the website Code Makery, you can open your browser's developer tools, and you can inspect the HTML part of this website in order to answer to these questions. Does Code Makery use any library? Does Code Makery rely on any external services? How is the comments section implemented? Because apparently there is a comments section. If I go to Code Makery, this website somewhere has a comments section, which I don't see right now, but maybe if I go to the library. No, but if I go here, HTML tutorial, oh, comments section. So there is a comments section. How is this implemented? Did Marco wrote the code from scratch in order to have this comments section, or did he rely on some external services? Also, here I've got some extension that probably allowed me to block the comments section. Let's allow once. Okay, this is the comments section. So is this job that Marco, my friend, created by himself, or did he rely on something else? Jabata says comment section was just a plugin, if I recall. Yes. Spoiler alert, yes, it's some sort of plugin, it's some sort of external service. And the last question is really, really hard to answer. What is an isogram? Why is it relevant in this website, Code Makery? What does isogram have to do with this website? And if you look on Google, you will find nothing. You just know that an isogram is a word with no repeating letters, and that's it. There's nothing really important. But there is some sort of isogram in this code, and if you can find it, well done. It will be probably difficult to find it, but if you find it, just try to understand what this is about and do your research. We can discuss on it on Slack. And of course, we will discuss on it on the next lesson. It's something to do with analytics. This is my suggestion. Okay, so this is the practice time that I would suggest for the end of this module, the crash course. But actually, we should have started already the new module, which is the CLI, the command line. Oops, sorry, got it wrong. I think we're going to have a break in 15 minutes. Do you want to have a break now so we can start this fresh argument after a good coffee? Yay! No! In the meantime, sounds fine. That would be good. Sure, great. Okay. Okay, so it's 12:45. See you in 15 minutes. So, well, 13 my local time, whatever it is at your time. Okay? Have a nice coffee break. Bye. 15 minutes later, and we are back. Hope your coffee was good. Mine was excellent. And I even changed myself because I found so stupid to continue wearing this costume. But then I said, you know what? We're going to look at the command line interface, which is the closest thing to the matrix that we're going to see. So why not keep it? Bobby says, from what I see, the isogram function isogram is an analytics library in the use of Google. Still, it farms user data like geolocation, browser, and OS, what time you spend on the website, where you click, etc. You got it in the time of a coffee break. Very good, very good. And did you find it on in the page also? Because there's, yeah, I see that you quoted the function itself, so pretty sure that you found it. Very good. It means that you already have the proper mindset. You have the mindset of a hacker, and you are able to inspect things and understand their true meaning. So you're ready for the next level. And the next level is the command line interface. So what is the command line interface? Well, as you can imagine, it's a kind of interface. So there's so many interfaces out there. There's a graphical interface, there are application programming interfaces, and there's also the command line, which was actually the first user interface that we humans had for a long time. Computers did not have a graphical user interface at the time. We usually had this text-only environment, which usually was green text on black background, which is very similar to what the matrix is about, but the text has always been from left to right instead of from top to bottom, but still quite close. And the command line interface is called in multiple ways according to the operating systems you are using. For example, on Linux it usually is called the terminal. Probably it's called like that on Macs, but I also heard it call it shell. And shell is a curious name because, well, shell it reminds of the external surface of things. And the command line interface, although it seems pretty basic, it's actually the first and the most powerful way that we can interact with the underlying complexity of our computer, of our application, or our systems. So yeah, the command line is an interface. It's a front end. It's a shell for what's inside. We also call it the console, and probably Macs call it console. I don't remember. In Windows, we already mentioned a couple of lessons ago, or maybe last lesson, that in Windows we usually had something called MS-DOS, which was the first interface that Microsoft provided before shipping Windows. And now inside of Windows we have the command prompt, which is probably nowadays not very used because it's very substandard. It's not as powerful as other terminals. They replaced command prompt, or well, they added to the command prompt another thing called the PowerShell, and I already showed you these things. Terminal and console both exist on Mac. I am just seeing now. Thanks a lot. Okay, so these are synonyms on Mac: terminal and console. Thanks a lot for this update. So if I go to Windows instead, I see that we have the command prompt, and the command prompt is this ugly little thing here in black that doesn't even recognize the most basic commands, because they have commands but they are not standard. For example, we'll see in a while, there is a command called ls which does something, and it does nothing in here. I've got a phone call from one of those spam callers. Thanks a lot, asshole. Okay, and so ls is a common command, but it's not recognized on the command prompt, because on the command prompt they prefer to use something called dir. And we don't want to learn different languages, especially if this specific language is just for a specific shell in a specific operating system. So we're going to completely ditch the command prompt and mostly work on the PowerShell, which is its successor, that understands some basic standard commands like ls, but still it works in a slightly different way. For example, just adding an option to this command already doesn't work as I would expect in other terminals. It works in a different way. It's using a slightly different language. But still, I want to use the same language for everyone, for everybody. So what I asked you last time to do was to install Git. And when you install Git, there were a couple of applications that were automatically installed with Git. One of them was called the Git Bash. And Git Bash is probably what I would suggest you guys to use if you're using Windows and you want to speak the same language as we Linux or Mac users are speaking. So if I issue the same exact command here, it works just as it works on Linux and Mac. And I'm going to I'm going to explain what this command is about. So if you want a real terminal, you probably want to use the Git Bash on Windows. Or if you want to be fancier, you can look for Ubuntu on the Microsoft Store, and you can install the Ubuntu. It's Ubuntu on Windows. It allows to use Ubuntu terminal and run Ubuntu command line utilities, including Bash, SSH, Git, apt, and many more inside of Windows. I think it's too much. And also, last time I tried, as it happens often on Microsoft, by default, it doesn't work. You have to look for the solution on the internet. You have to change some strange thing like an environment variable, and after that you will be able to use Ubuntu. But I prefer things that work right out of the box. So let's use Git Bash if you're on Windows. Well, as for me, I'm going to use Linux, so I'm going to use my own terminal. And there is a terminal here, which is the usual Linux terminal, and it works pretty much the same as the terminal on every other operating system. So I think I'm going to use this one. But I must confess that I'm not a huge fan of this terminal. I'm actually using another one that you can see here. You can see Terminator, which is a terminal that allows me to do many things like splitting the terminal into two different terminals. You see some transparency behind. And inside of this terminal, which is not actually a terminal, it's a window that hosts terminals, I'm using another kind of terminal that is called Fish, but it's just out of curiosity. So now you should know, all of you, where to find your terminal, your shell, your console, not your command prompt. Don't use command prompts. At most, use PowerShell if you really, really want to. Okay, from this moment on, my reference is a website called Ryan's Tutorials. Ryan's Tutorials Ryan created multiple tutorials that are free to use. And you can see that there are tutorials for Linux. Well, Linux, which means basic commands on the terminal. Bash scripting, which is way too advanced for us. We don't care about this. There's tutorials about HTML and CSS. And there's also other cool things that you can explore. I'm not a complete fan of this tutorial, but I never found any tutorial that really suits my needs, apart from those related to JavaScript. Tutorials about JavaScript, there are so many good tutorials around there. But still, from a command line, from an HTML, CSS point of view, I couldn't see any really, really good tutorials that I really care about. So I'm going to improvise, as always, a little bit, but using those tutorials as a reference. So what can we do with a command line? Everything, pretty much everything. The command line is the most powerful thing you have on your computer. And if something goes wrong on your computer and your graphical user interface is unresponsive, or you're not allowed to do certain things, usually the command line will unblock some extra features. For example, you can even kill demons, which is very cool sounding, but it's actually a basic thing like interrupting background tasks. and you will probably see it today. So the first things that we can do with this command line is some basic navigation commands. The command line allows you to issue commands, and in response to these commands, you will see some output. So I'm going to open my terminal, and I hope that by now you know how to open a terminal. I'm going to also increase the font size so you're able to read it well, but I'm going to make it a little smaller so I can see the left side of the slide. So the first command that you can see here on the left is pwd, which looks like password, but it's not password. Don't worry, you're not going to show your password. pwd is the acronym for present working directory, which just answer the question, where am I? So if I type pwd and press enter, I will see a string of text, which is, in my case, /home/Anthony. The terminal also gives me another thing, which is Anthony@Ammon:\$ and a blinking caret, which is not blinking anymore right now, but it used to blink. Okay, now it's blinking again. So I can just write the code in Git Bash. Yes. In theory, you could even write your code in Git Bash. I'm not suggesting you to do that, but yes, there are some very advanced editors too, and we will see them. One of them is called VI or Vim, and it allows you to write your code directly in the matrix without any graphical user interface whatsoever. In fact, there are some developers who are forced to write code and fix code by just using a terminal instead of having a graphical user interface, because I don't know, maybe they are changing the code of a rocket spaceship, and in that case they probably don't have a graphical user interface. So yeah, you can. So pwd tells you where you are, what is your present working directory. And apparently my present working directory is a directory which is /home/Anthony. So Anthony is the name of my username on this computer. Ammon, which is also the name of an Egyptian god, is the name of my machine. I named most of my machines as names of Egyptian gods, following the tradition of using gods of mythology. I used to have Greek mythology, then I moved to Turin, which is famous for lots of things, among which there's a very important Egyptian history museum, so I started using Egyptian gods. And the tilde, I'm not going to tell you right away, but this is important, /home/Anthony. It says that my directory is /home/Anthony. Why is that? Well, I'm going to open the File Explorer, and I'm going to go to my home. This is my home, where I have all my documents, but it doesn't show where I am here. So in my particular computer, in my particular operating system, I know that I can try to go to some other location by... There's no my computer here, right? No. In my particular operating system, I can do something like Control-L, which shows me exactly the same path that I see on the terminal. So I am on /home/Anthony. And if I just replace it with slash, this is a folder containing lots of other things that I have no idea what they are. Actually, I know most of them, but let's say that I have no idea. And now I can see that it says that this is my computer. This is my computer, and inside of my computer I have a folder called Home. And if I go inside of Home, I have a folder called Anthony. And if I go inside of Anthony, that's my home folder. Now, moving back to Windows, which is probably what you guys all have, I'm going to Git Bash. And if I do a pwd, I don't think this... oh, this is increasing. Yay! I'm increasing the size of the fonts. That's cool. If I now do a pwd here, it says a different thing. It says /c/users/Anton without the Y. Who knows why? What does this mean? Well, I can open my File Explorer, And on Windows, I have the ability to go to a thing called this PC. So I'm going to go to this PC. And on this PC, I see, for example, that I have a local disk called C column. You could probably have other disks like D column or E column, F column, etc. I just care about C column. C column is the main hard disk in which the operating system and usually all your files are stored, unless you have a different configuration in which your files are stored in elsewhere. But I don't care about that. So I'm going inside of C column. What does this mean? The column of C? Well, on Windows, there's this strange convention in which every hard drive has the name of a capital letter and a final column. The reason why we start with the letter C is that in early times, the first disk that was read by the computer as soon as you booted it up was actually some sort of floppy disk, which was A column. So the operating system did not boot from your hard drive. It booted from a floppy disk, A column. And then there was another drive for another floppy, which was B column. So the standard became that the hard drive that you have on your computer is C column, because the other two are reserved for floppy disks, even if floppy disks are not here with us anymore. So C column is a fancy name that Microsoft uses to say this is the primary hard disk. And it's not standard. In fact, Macs and Linux doesn't have this standard. Oops, sorry, I meant in my terminal. What does this mean? ZSH permission denied. Ooh, okay. You've got a permission denied. By doing what? What kind of a command did you issue? I hope that you issued just a pwd and then pressed enter. If you tried any other command that that you don't have permission for, then it's probably quite normal that you don't have. Oh, okay. I see from what you wrote that you tried $$pwd, and that's not the proper command. But I like this kind of errors. Thanks. You should just write pwd. No tilde, no dollar. It was easier than you thought. Okay, so in the terminal, there is, at least on my terminal, there is a tilde and there is a dollar, but I didn't write them. I had just to write them P, W, and D, and that's it. If you try tilde, dollar, PWD, this means something completely different. And I have another problem too. I have a command not found, not a permission denied, but a command not found. So yeah, another important command that I can tell you right away is clear. If you do clear and press enter, you just remove all the history of your commands, which makes your terminal a little cleaner, tidier, okay? So we were talking about Windows, and in Windows I have this hard drive called C column, and if I go inside of the hard drive I have lots of folders that are system folders, which I shouldn't touch. But among these system folders there's a folder called users, and users is a folder that contains a folder for each user that is authenticated in this system. In this particular case there is a public user, which probably means a fake user that allows me to share things with other people. There's a hidden default folder, which I don't care about at all. And then there's this Anton folder, which should be my home folder. I don't know why it says Anton instead of Anthony. It's probably because of how I created the account in the first place. But still, if I go inside of Anton, I see my home folder, all my files, okay? So this folder structure is actually pretty similar to what I showed you on Linux. Here we've got the C column drive, which is just /C, and then /users, which probably means you go inside of C, inside of the folder C, and you go into users. And then /Anton means that inside of users, you are in the folder called Anton, which is very, very similar to what I have here on the terminal of Linux. I have /home/Anthony. I just have 2 levels of deepness instead of 3. Which now probably already suggests a couple of things to you. There is a special folder on Linux and on Mac, which is the / folder. The / folder means the root of the file system. It's where every other folder is located. On Linux, we have this special folder called home, which is misleading because this is not your home folder. This is a folder that contains all the home folders of every user. In fact, my user is Anthony and my home is in /home/Anthony. Ranit says, it looks like Windows chooses only 5 first letters of name. Oh, okay, thanks. Which is not surprising actually, because Windows usually has this strange history of truncating words. Yeah, I could probably change that username when I created the account, but by default, yeah, it truncated my name without even telling me. So thanks a lot, Microsoft. But still, okay, so as you can see, my present working directory, as soon as I open the terminal, is my home directory. And this is really important. My home directory is not the directory called home. It's the directory called home/Anthony. I'm going to show you again on my file explorer. This is the folder called /. This is the root of the file system. It's the folder that contains all the system folders. And inside of this, there's home. And if I click on home, this is not my home. This is the folder that will contain the home of every user, among which we find Anthony. So I can click on that. And now this is my home folder. I'm repeating this so many times because in previous editions of this course, I saw people banging their heads on this problem. They couldn't tell the difference between the home folder and a folder called home. It is misleading, I can understand. On Windows, the situation is really similar. There is a /, which is the root of the file system. But Windows adds this extra layer because you can have multiple hard drives. So in order to get into the main hard drive, there's a folder called C, and inside of that folder, there is a folder called users with a capital U. Why is that? Because Microsoft. And inside the folder users, there is a folder with my name truncated, which is my real home folder, okay? So it's pretty different, but it's actually pretty much the same, right? Mac users, is everything fine for you, or do you want me to show you what happens on a Mac from my computer too? Please, okay. Of course. If you ask so nicely, I'm going to show you. I really hope that my system will bear the operating system, the streaming, and 2 virtual machines open at the same time. Otherwise, I'll have to close something. Try to install Homebrew. Yeah, Mac. It already looks like it's frozen, but probably not. Okay, I should have opened the Mac before, sorry. I see some people that I know in the chat. I saw M. Mistrets a while ago, and now I see other dots. Hi guys, I know you pretty well in real life, and I'm really glad to see you here too. You're indeed lagging quite a bit. Okay. So, you know what? I'm going to close something. Yeah, there's too many things. So I'm going to close Visual Studio Code. This is a problem with RAM because there's not enough, let's say, not enough room on my desk to host all of these things together at the same time. Mr. Mistret says, great course, bro. And he says, bro, indeed, because he is actually my brother. Hi. Okay. I really hope that it's not lagging too much for you guys right now. I saw that there's no Windows anymore, so probably my Windows machine crashed already, which is a good thing. I would like to also... Okay, no updates, no, not at all. I've got my shell, and as you can imagine... Okay, cool. Looks good. So my shell is a ZSH, which is a different shell from the usual bash that we see on Linux, but it's actually pretty similar, and it's similar enough for us. I would like to make the font a little bigger, but I'm really bad at using shortcuts on Mac, so I'm going to do this by hand. I'm sorry for this. Okay, so what we see here is last login, blah 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 on console. The prompt says Anthony at Matteo's iMac, tilde, and not $1, but %. Anthony is the name of the user. Matteo's iMac is the name of the computer, which is probably a default name. You probably know that my name is not only Anthony. My name is Matteo Anthony, and the Mac decided to take only one part of my name to name the computer itself. So I can still rename the computer if I want. And now if I do pwd, this is what I find. It seems like a mix between what we saw on Linux and what we saw on Windows, because on Linux it was /home/Anthony. On Windows it showed C/users/Anthony, and this is users/users/Anthony. Make it bigger by the green button, then zoom with CMD. So you say, let's put it like this. So it takes all the screen. And then the problem is that I don't have a command button because I'm on a PC. So I don't know what is the proper way. I have to do some combinations. Oh, I found one. It's the Windows key with the plus. Okay. But still, actually, I don't want it to be full screen. Let's keep it like that. And maybe now it's way too big. Okay, so pwd tells different stories. What? Sorry, guys, this is lagging a lot. I didn't expect it to behave like that. Control plus. No, it's not Control plus, it's Windows plus. But now I have another problem, which is, no, the Mac is really messing up. It's much better if I don't show anything more than that. I'm sorry. Power off, and that's it. Okay, but you see, it's really similar. So on Linux, pwd says /home/Anthony. On Windows, it does /c/users/ and your name. Let's say Anthony. On Mac, it gives you /users/Anthony. But it's actually pretty much the same, apart from a small difference in convention. Now, second command, we've got the ls command. What does ls do? ls, enter. Ooh, ls is short for list. List what? List the files and the directories that are contained in the present working directory. So with ls, I'm looking at the same folders and files that I would look at if I were using the File Explorer. In fact, these are exactly the same files. You probably don't see exactly the same files because on Windows, some files could be hidden on this terminal and shown on the File Explorer. What am I talking about? Let's have a look again. I'm trying to recover the Windows machine, hoping it will stay up and not mess. I really hope it works. So on Windows, last time I asked you to show any kind of hidden files, if you remember. And it was a very easy setting to achieve on the File Explorer, on the File Manager. Okay. Now, come on. I don't know why the login screen is still in Italian. Everything else is in English, but still, it's attendi and benvenuto to say wait and welcome. So I'm going back to the Git Bash. Cause I'm Git bashing, I'm dynamite. Okay. So in my Git Bash, if I do ls on the present working directory, I see lots of files. Maybe too many. I see files that are blue, files that are cyan, files that are white, files that are in single quotes, some files that are with a @ symbol at the end. So there are some strange conventions happening here. And if I go to my home directory, I can see that these files are there somehow, but not all of them. For example, what about this .vs code? .vs code is not present in the output of my ls command. Well, there are other files such as ntuser.dat. ntuser.dat, yeah, we've got one. But there's no ntuser.log1. So some files are hidden on the file manager and not hidden on the console, and vice versa, which is kind of strange. But apart from some files that I don't care about, such as these logs here, now we can understand that every command on the terminal can support options. So I'm going to do a clear in order to go back to the top. And if I do ls, but I add space -a, what I created now is a command with an option. And this option usually starts with a dash. And this option allows you to list all of the files, so including the hidden ones. And if I do ls space -a and I press enter, I will see a slightly different output than before. I see .vs code, which is the folder that I couldn't see before. But I also see .bash history and .node REPL history. I also see these other two things, which are // and // You remember the ... before the coffee break? We used a ... in order to refer to a picture or an index.html file that were somewhere else compared to the about.html file. So ls space -a. You have to try and you have to make mistakes. If you do ls -a without spaces, it doesn't work. If you do ls space a without the dash, it doesn't work. If you do ls _low -a, it doesn't work. If you do ls -a, but a is capital, yeah, it works because it tells you it does something, but it's not doing exactly the same thing as what it was doing before. For example, I don't see anymore the dot and dot directories. I don't see them anymore here with the capital A. So try to practice after this lesson has ended with the different commands that I'm explaining to you and with the different options, and try to mess up with them. You have to make mistakes. Don't worry, because I will tell you which commands are dangerous. The commands that I'm showing right now are not dangerous at all because they are read-only commands. They just give you information, but you're not altering any information. Okay, so don't worry about that. Clear is another command that I'm using a lot in order to clean up the screen. Okay, so there are some files that are hidden, some that are not, and probably you started understanding one thing. In Windows, hidden files are represented with a dimmed icon, and you can show them by setting this setting here, View Hidden Items. If you click this away, you don't see those hidden items anymore. But on Linux and on the terminal in general, hidden items are a completely different matter. Hidden items are every single file and directory that starts with a dot. So VS Code, for example, this folder has a strange name. It's .VS Code, and it's not a hidden item on Windows, but it is on Linux and Macs, and it is on the shell, it is on the terminal. Which doesn't mean it's completely invisible. It just means that if I want to see all the visible directories, I press ls and I don't see that directory. But if I say ls-a, then I can see it, because the A option allows me to see every single file and folder, even the hidden ones. Even strange ones, such as this dot and dot dot, which I'm going to explain in a while. Well, you know what? I'm going to explain them exactly now, because we're now going to talk about relative and absolute paths and the cd command. Let's do this, all this at the same time. So I'm still with the Git Bash, but I can do exactly the same on my Linux terminal. So where are we? pwd, we are on our home folder, whatever this is. What if I want to move around? Well, what is inside of this folder? ls. Okay, I have these things here. I now want to go inside of the, I don't know, documents folder, okay? Because there is a documents folder inside of this home folder. Usually we have a documents folder. If you don't have a document folder, don't worry, you can go inside of any other folder that you own. Angelo says, how do you remove everything in the Git Bash? If you mean clearing the screen, you'd say clear, press enter. Clear and press enter. Boom. And now I'm going to repeat. I do a pwd in order to see where I am in the file system. I'm in my home folder. By default, every terminal opens on your home folder. Then you do an ls in order to see the contents of the present folder, and you see that there is a folder called documents. So you probably understood that blue items on this terminal refer to folders, and they also have a trailing slash that tells you even more that this is a folder, because a slash means that you can go further deep inside of this element, while other files such as ntuser.dat are not folders, they are files. So you cannot enter in those files. You can read them, you can write them, but not get inside. If you want to get inside of a folder, you can say cd, which has nothing to do with the round disk, but cd means change directory. I know that these commands are not really intuitive, but they are very few and you have to learn them by heart. pwd, present working directory. ls, list all the files. cd, change directory. And if you want to change directory to a directory that is inside of this present current folder, you can say cd documents, for example, and watch out, I'm writing documents exactly as it is written here. If I try documents with a lowercase d, it will probably not work. A lowercase is different from an uppercase. So if I say cd documents and I press enter, if everything goes well, something changes. What changes is this yellow part here. The yellow part said tilde, and now it says tilde/documents. This on Git Bash. Let's see what happens on my terminal. I'm on my terminal, I clear the screen, I do a pwd, okay. I do an ls, I see that I have my documents folder there, so I do a cd, change directory, to documents. And I see a similar things here on this terminal, because instead of tilde, now it says tilde/documents. And I'm pretty sure that Max shell does the same thing, or similar. So now we're starting to understand that this tilde has a meaning, and this meaning is this is an alias for, or alias. This is an alias for the home folder. And you can use this alias. In fact, you can say cd tilde, which I cannot easily do on Windows because Microsoft. So I'm going to copy and paste manually. If I do cd tilde, I'm back to the tilde. And if I do pwd, I see that the tilde is actually my home folder. So tilde is a special character in the terminal that allows you to go back to your home directory from wherever you are. You just cd to tilde and you're back home, which is pretty cool. Whatever the home is. PNTM says, how about folders with space? There is too many arguments. That's right. Yes, exactly. Do I have a folder with too many with spaces in between? Yes, saved games. So I can try to go there. Hackwoo says, can you repeat that PWD stands for? Yes, of course. Present. I'm gonna clear everything. Present working directory. This is PWD. Oh, Veronica is on the spot. Present working directory. Exactly. PWD is present working directory, which just says, where am I on the file system? PWD says, I'm here. And if I do cd tilde, I'm going back here. Now, a good question arose here. What if I don't want to go to the documents folder, but I want to go to a folder that contains a space in the name? Can I just go with cd saved games? Not at all. cd says too many arguments. Why is that? Well, because cd is a program that we are using, and this program usually requires only one destination folder in order to get to that folder. But if I say cd space saved space games, it looks like I'm trying to go to two different folders. One is saved and one is games, which is not the case. So one suggestion is already given by the output of ls, the single quote. What if I try to use the single quote? What if I say cd single quote saved games single quote? Ooh, this worked. So if you put everything inside of single quotes, I don't know if it works on double quotes. We can try again. I cd to the home. I saw your question and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. So I'm going back to the home. What happens if I try with double quote? cd saved games. Yeah, it worked with double quotes too. I'm going back to my home and I would like to show you another way to get into some strange folder that has spaces in between. And this is how you can do it also. Saved. And since we have to say that the space does not separate two different arguments of the cd command, but it's just a part of the same argument, you can escape this special character. And when I say escape the character, I mean you can put a backslash and then space. I don't know if it works. Backslash space is a way for you to tell the computer, hey, the next character that I'm going to put, which is a space, is a special character. So treat it like that. So if I do cd space saved backslash space games, it should work. And it worked. Watch out, because backslash is different from slash. So if you try saved slash space games, this is not going to work. So there is an important difference between slash and backslash. Backslash is mostly used for escaping things. Now, Hackwoo says, isn't print working directory instead of present working directory? You could be right. I could be wrong. You know what? Let's have a look. What does PWD mean? And you're right. The PWD command says print working directory. I don't know why I remembered present working directory. Maybe it was another... let me check if I look at present working directory. blah, blah, blah. Current working directory. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably completely mistaken. Sometimes you just lose the meaning of stuff and you start using them blindly. So you're right, it's not present working directory. This is print, the working directory, which prints the current working directory, not the present working directory. But of course, the meaning is exactly the same. So can you try showing us what does rim-rf/ do on your Linux? Yes, I will. As soon as I create a virtual machine in which I can mess up things. But still, yeah, I have this in program. I'm not going to do this on my machine, but I'm going to explain it to you. So yeah, nice troll attempt. Okay, so another thing that I can explain to you right now is when you are bored of writing always the same things and you just want to repeat a command that you issued a while ago, you can just use the arrow keys up and down to go back in history or down in history. So you can go up and down and then press enter and you are repeating the same command. This usually saves a lot of time in typing commands. Sometimes it's not saving you time because instead of just typing the command, you're just going up until you find the proper command and then you press enter. So if the command was really recent, yeah, just press up a couple of times. But if the command is way back in history, then you probably don't want to just go up, but just type the command again. There are other ways you can issue the same command from history, but I'm not going to show you it right now. Angela says, when I type cd saved games, it doesn't work. It tells me bash cd saved games, no such file directory. Okay, this probably means that your current working directory does not have this folder. And you can check this by saying ls. If on ls you see a resource listed which says saved games, then it means that there is a resource called saved games. In my case, for example, right now, there is no such resource. When I did ls, I just found a resource called desktop.ini. So if I try to do cd saved games again, it's not working. It's giving me the same exact error it gave to you. And why is that? Well, because I am already in the saved games folder and I don't need it, and I cannot go inside of the same folder from here. So the reason why usually this command is not working is because you're not probably in the right folder to issue the command. Where are you? Just do pwd and you will see that you are already in the folder called saved games. So in order to cd into saved games, you have to be outside of that folder. That's it, got it now, thanks. So how do I wander around the folders? Well, if I'm in the saved games and I do an ls-a, I will see that there are three resources here. One is the desktop.ini, which makes no surprise because I saw it before when doing ls. But when I use the -a option, I see two other resources. And if you remember what I told you a while ago, the dot, whatever has a dot at the beginning of the name is a hidden file or folder on Linux and on the terminal. So these are two hidden folders because they are blue and they have a trailing slash that have a special meaning. They represent the current directory and the previous directory, the upper directory. So what happens if I do cd dot? So I'm trying to go inside of the directory called dot. If I do cd dot, cd space dot, and I press enter, I'm not going anywhere. I just said, hey, go inside this same directory, which has no meaning, no purpose. What if I do cd space dot dot, subsequent, without spacing in between, cd space dot dot, and I press enter? Oh, okay, now things changed. I'm not in the saved games folder anymore. I went up one directory and I'm now at the home. I'm back home in the home directory. So I can do pwd print working directory. And in fact, we are in the home folder. So now I know how to go back and forth between folders. I can do a cd documents from here because there is a folder called documents inside the home folder. And now I'm inside the documents folder. Then I can do cd ... in order to go back to the home folder where I was before. Okay? These paths that I'm issuing are called relative paths because they work relative to where I am. In fact, if I go to the saved game folder and I try it again to go to the saved games folder, this doesn't work because I cannot go to that same relative path relative to where I am right now. So these paths will work or not dependently on where you are currently located in the file system. Okay? So these are relative paths. But then we've got also absolute paths. And you can easily tell absolute paths from relative paths because absolute paths always start with a slash. Slash, if you remember, means the root of the file system. So when you are creating an absolute path, you're saying, hey, starting from the root of the file system, I want to go to the C drive, then just the C drive. Enter. Oh, sorry, I have to go with CD. I'm messing up too. CD space C slash. And now I'm somewhere else. You see, this is another common mistake that newbies do, which is try to go to another directory, but forgetting to issue the command cd. You should always say cd space and where you want to go. If you just say where you want to go, this has a completely different meaning. So newbies and people that are speaking for 3 hours straight without breathing can make these mistakes. If I do cd/c, I'm going to this specific folder with an absolute path. An absolute path, which means that from wherever I am, I will always go there. I now can go somewhere else, but if I issue the same exact command, I will always go in the same spot, /c. And I can do an ls. I see that there's many files. I can go with a relative folder to the users, with a relative path to the users, cd users, for example. And now I'm inside of the c/users folder with a relative path, which means that if I try again, ls users, it's not working because I'm already in the users folder. I cannot use a relative path in order to get to the same exact place where I am already. But if I use an absolute path, such as cd/c/users, this works every single time because wherever I am, I will always go inside of the same folder, which is absolutely located inside of that path. There's another special absolute path, and you know it already. It's the tilde. Tilde is an alias, as we saw, for the home directory. So if I do cd tilde, wherever I am, I will still go to my home directory. And so there are two ways you can go to your home directory. This is the easiest way, of course, cd tilde. Or if you know the absolute path, you can say cd c/users/Anton, which is on Windows my home directory. And you can see that I'm going exactly in the same place. I'm going to do the same on Linux to show you that it's exactly the same. So I'm right now in the documents folder, but I know that my home is in /home/Anthony. So from wherever I am, I will use an absolute path, cd/home/Anthony, and now I'm in my home. In fact, you will see that the path is the tilde. Or I can go to the root of the file system with just cd/, and I can check what's inside of it, etc., etc. And so you probably now understood what is the difference between absolute and relative paths. I encourage you to practice a lot on this. You should become quite comfortable in navigating the file system like this. You have a whole week to do so, and even more if you need more time. And as for relative paths, you can use the dot or dot dot to do curious things. Let's go back to my home with a cd tilde. I'm clearing everything and I'm LSing. You can combine paths together. So if I want to go to, I need something big, such as the projects folder. Okay, I'm going to the projects folder. CD projects. You don't have a projects folder probably. I do, just stick with me. CD projects. What's inside of the CD projects, of the folder called projects? Lots of projects for many different clients. Let's say that there's Inglorious coders. So these are projects for myself, okay? And I can go with cd Inglorious coders, but it will not work because there's a space in the name. So I have to overcome this limitation by either escaping the space that I have there or by wrapping the name of the folder with quotes, single or double, it doesn't matter, it just works. Now I'm inside of home/projects/Inglorious coders. Let's do a pwd. Ooh, this is the path. /home/Anthony/projects/Inglorious coders. Quite a long path. Knossfap. Yep. Oh, okay, I see. No, it's nothing to do with, it's an acronym. I don't even remember what it means in Italian, but it's not about fapping. Good catch. Okay, so as you can see, this path is already quite long, and I can access this path by either combining multiple relative paths or going straight to an absolute path. I can go to cd/home/Anthony/ oops, misspelled it, /projects/Inglorious coders, but this should probably be all escaped. Probably it works like that too. Yeah, and it still works. Yeah, I know you're joking. So what if I want to go back one folder from here? I can do cd ... and I'm going back one folder. What if I want to go another folder back? cd ... And in fact, most of the times, whenever you need to go back multiple folders, people, and I too, usually do cd ... until you are at the folder that you wanted. But you can also combine things together. Let's go back to a deep folder. I can do cd ... /... which means go to the previous folder, and from there, go to the previous folder. Boom, I'm already back 2 folders. So this means that I can do so many other things. For example, staying again in the same Inglorious folder, I can do cd, go back one folder, but then go forward one folder in the folder called Formarete. And now I went back one folder from the Inglorious coders folder, I went back to projects, and then I went forward to the folder called Formarete. So here it is. So as you can see, the ... folder is a special folder that allows you to go back to any folder you want by just going back. And you can combine so many things together. What happens, for example, if I go, I don't know, cd/home/backback/home again /Anthony. I don't know, and back again, and back again, and home/Anthony. Okay, this is really messed up. What does this mean even? Well, this is an absolute path because it starts with a slash. So wherever I am, I will still start from the root of my file system. I'm going from the root of my file system in the folder called home. But then I'm going back one folder, which means that I was in the home, now I'm back at the root of my file system. But then I go forward again into the home folder. And then I go forward again inside of the Anthony folder, which is my actual home folder. And then I go back twice, So from home Anthony, I'm back to home and back to the root of a file system. And then I go forward twice in order to go back to home Anthony. So all of this thing just means go to your home folder, which has no sense, of course. But as you can see, you can combine multiple things together. And as always, I really encourage you to play around and do this kind of games, wandering around the file system, just like I did so far. Okay? And what about the dot? I already told you that if I do cd dot, it means nothing, because it means go to this folder, to the same folder where I am. And in fact, it's usually not really that important. Not in paths, but on addresses, internet addresses, sometimes it's convenient more than just not saying anything. So one thing that you can do, which is probably quite useless right now, from the home, if I want to go to the documents, I can do cd documents, or I can be a little more specific and say, hey, from this folder, go to the documents, which has exactly the same meaning for now. So yeah, you can do cd documents or cd./documents, which is exactly the same. It means go to the documents folder starting from here. Okay, I think I told you everything that you need to know about relative and absolute paths. Yeah, probably so. And if you're confident with this, we can go a little further. So, print working directory shows you where you are. ls shows you the content of where you are. And you can cd inside of folders, outside of folders by changing directory using relative or absolute paths. More about files. Well, one very strange thing that happens in Linux, and when I say Linux, I mean also on the terminal of Macs, and probably in some way on the Git Bash of Windows, is that every single thing is a file in this kind of operating system. And by everything, I mean that directories are special kinds of files. Files are files, but even devices are files. And it can look quite strange, but if I want to, for example, have a look at my devices, the devices that are connected right now, for example, my camera or my microphone. Well, I don't have many devices connected right now. My keyboard. There is a special place where they are listed. In fact, I can go to a special absolute path called cd/dev, which is the folder that contains the file representation of all my devices. So dev is not for developers, it's my devices. And if I do ls, there's lots of devices here. Really lots of devices. And there are devices that represent the CPU. There are devices that represent the hard drive. And some other devices that represent the touchpad, the keyboard, and other things. And this is pretty cool because you can inspect those devices. You can check if those devices are working properly. They will, if you ask them anything, they will respond with rubbish. But rubbish is always better than nothing. You can see there's also NVIDIA 0, which probably is a representation of my graphics card, which is an NVIDIA card. Not one of the latest, because this is a laptop, a 5-year-old laptop, but still. So, you probably heard me before already when I was saying, hey, I have many files listed here. Some of them are regular files and some are directories. Well, I meant it, because on Linux, even directories are files. And you can pretty on purpose call them files. I prefer to call them resources globally. And I prefer to just maintain the distinction between files and directories. But still, yeah, everything is a file. And on Linux, you don't need extensions in order to determine the type of a file. If you ever try to create a file on Windows, let me create a file on Windows. I'm going to the Documents folder. Oh, I already have a Hello World file, .txt. And if I go inside of it, okay, there's nothing inside. So Hello World, and I save it. And this, of course, this is a text file, of course. But why is it a text file on Windows? Because it has the extension txt. On Windows, the extension is really, really important to determine the type of the file. In fact, if I now try to rename this file and call it helloworld.doc, Windows warns you, if you change a file name extension, the file might become unusable. Are you sure you want to change it? Yes, I want. And now this is a doc file that should be opened with Microsoft Word probably. And I don't have Microsoft Word installed, so I will not be able to open this file. But still, this file is considered a corrupt file because its content is not compatible with Microsoft Word, even though I specified that this is a doc document. So, did I lose all the contents of my file? No, no worries. I can still rename back again this file to txt. And now it's back a text document that I can easily open with Notepad or whatever other text editor. So on Windows, extensions are really important to determine the type of the file. On Linux, on the other hand, and on every other kind of device that is not Mac, the extension is not that important. You can have files which have no extension whatsoever. For example, this bootnxt. And the type of the file is stated inside of the contents of the file. So you don't need to put an extension in order to tell the difference between a file and a folder or different kinds of files. And keep this in mind because we will probably arrive at a certain point in which we list some files and folders and we cannot tell if those files and folders are actually files or folders based on the extension. We have to tell the difference based on, well, the colors that we see or, well, our previous knowledge of what they are. Okay, so yeah, everything is a file and we don't need any extensions in order to tell different file types on Linux and on the terminal in general. You know this already. We are starting to get into a world of case sensitivity. So capital letters and lowercase letters matter a lot, and you have to be extra careful when you write and read things. And we already talked about spaces in names. You already saw that it's quite difficult to deal with folders and files that have spaces in their names. So the easy way to deal with this is to quote the paths that can contain a name with spaces with single or double quotes, or you can escape those spaces with a backslash. But the easiest way is not using spaces in names. So as you could see, I sometimes use spaces in names. For example, European Innovation Academy or Focus Academy or Founder Institute, Full Stack Agency, Inglorious Coders itself. But if it's not really needed by the business, by the software, etc., it's much better to not use spaces. You can try to use some other conventions. For example, this convention here, as you can see, Skills Farm. This convention is usually called Pascal case or a camel case. Can I see the folder Udemy? Did you do any courses I can look up there? No, there's nothing made for Udemy. Actually, I was contacted twice by Udemy and probably also by Udacity to do video courses for them. And I accepted at first. I was really excited. That's why I have this professional microphone. But then I found out that it was way too much work for me. There was too much planning involved, and the results wouldn't have been the result that I wanted, because recorded lessons are completely different from live lessons like we are doing now. So, and of course, I was about to gain money, a revenue from that. But I thought that the work was too much and the revenue would probably have been too low for that kind of effort. Instead, this thing that I'm doing for you, even though it has no revenue at all, but still, it's not that planned. So it's easier for me to improvise and do these live lessons for you. It's more satisfying in general. It's satisfying because I have direct feedback from you guys. It's so much satisfying interacting with you live. And it's not too much effort for me. It's just only satisfaction. So low effort, high satisfaction. Udemy, for me, was huge effort, low satisfaction. And in this, regardless of the money. So, as I was saying, if you don't want to put spaces in names, you can use multiple conventions. This is a convention called camel case or Pascal case. Camel case is when you write two words and instead of separating them with a space, you make them, you put them together without any spaces in between, and you put a capital letter in order to make the distinction between the two names. This is camel case because it's like a camel having, hunches. But if you start with a capital letter, then camel case is sometimes called Pascal case because it's a convention used in an old language called Pascal. And that's it. There are other conventions. For example, formarete. This, instead of using capital letters and lowercase letters, uses a dash as a divider for words. And I love this convention because it's widely known as kebab case. So I really hope that you're not too hungry right now, but this has to do with kebabs, which I love. So this is kebab case, and it's widely used on the web. In fact, if you look at any website out there, you will probably see this kind of convention. For example, Netlify, netlify.com/site/focused-Quran-6B0CA6/overview. So this very name that you see here follows the kebab case convention. And internet addresses must use the kebab case convention because internet addresses are case insensitive. So there's no difference between putting all uppercase and all lowercase. Hope so. Yeah. So you cannot rely on lowercase and uppercase characters to tell the difference, to tell two words apart. Another example is my personal GitHub account, which is Ice on Fire, which you probably know is my nickname in the open source community. Ice on Fire, I decided to use Pascal case, but probably because it was a long time ago, and it works exactly the same as Ice on Fire, all lowercase. Yep, still works. Someone prefers instead to use ice-on-fire as a convention, which is not my case. In fact, this should not work. Yep. Okay, so what's the solution between many ways to use spaces in names? The solution is don't use spaces in names. Whenever you're forced, well, use the conventions that we saw already, which is about CD and quote or double quote or even escape spaces. But whenever you have the chance to decide if a folder should have spaces in the name or not, don't use spaces. Maybe it's much better if you use some conventions such as camel case, Pascal case, or kebab case. What else? Hidden files and directories, we already saw them. We saw that hidden files and directories are not hidden for everybody. In fact, in Windows, hidden files and folders are different from hidden files and folders on Linux and Mac. But still, if you do ls-a, you will be able to unlock all the files and folders, even hidden ones. If you're unsure how a command works, and we already saw a few commands, pwd, ls, with all its properties, options, attributes, such as -a, and we already saw also cd, which probably has other options, probably, I don't know. Well, there is another command called man, and man stands for manual, so nothing sexist here. Man space and the command that you want to read the manual of. For example, man space pwd. If you do this, you will start reading in a strange environment which is inside of the command of the terminal, and you can scroll up or down in order to read this manual. And as it suggests here, you can press H in order to get help on how to read manuals, or you can just press Q to quit this manual and go back to the prompt. pwd print name of current working directory. Print the full file name of the current working directory, and apparently there are some options that we can use. -L, which is equivalent to -- logical, all lowercase. Use pwd from environment, even if it contains symlinks. So many things that we don't know. What the hell is a symlink? What is an environment? We don't care about them. Don't worry, you don't need to know everything immediately. There's a very common option that you can usually issue with any command, --help. It gives you a help very similar to this one, but the difference between the help and the man is that the man puts you in this environment in which you can scroll things up and down, and you have to quit the manual with Q, which is something that I just did. But if you want, you can do pwd --help, and this will print exactly the same manual, but inside of the same environment we were before. So I can see what I've done before, and I didn't even need to quit. I am already able to go on issuing other commands. But as you can see, the text is very similar. It's not as deep as the manual says. So for example, I don't see any information about the --help, which instead the man command told me about. So if you want basic help on how a command works, you can go with pwd --help. If you want some more deep, thorough information about how a command works, then you do man pwd, which opens the manual for the command that you're asking for. And another important command you usually have is --version. So let's try this one too. I can say, after quitting with Q, I can say pwd --version, and it says it's an invalid option, so the manual is wrong. There's no such option called version. Man pwd, says PNTM, does not work in Windows. Ooh, okay, let's check. I'm on Git Bash, I'm gonna clear, and I'm going to do man pwd. Ooh, you're right. Apparently Git Bash doesn't have every single command you want. For example, they forgot, or they decided to leave out the man command. That's unfortunate, but you know what? In my experience, I'm never looking at the man command myself. If you want information, Google is your friend. So if you want pwd, you can find the manual for pwd on any website. For example, this die.net, which is a very bad name because die can mean the die, but also an ugly verb. But still, you can see here that this is exactly the same content that you saw on my manual, and it's also a little more colorful. It has some links. So if you want to know how things work, you should probably almost never look at the man command, but instead look on the internet, unless you are forced to use the terminal and only the terminal, which is the case sometimes. For example, sometimes I deploy things on a remote server, and usually remote servers do not give you a graphical user interface. So sometimes I need to fix things, change things, issue commands, and I can rely only on a terminal. In that case, I need to know specific commands in order to go around the file system as we did before, in order to get information such as the man pages. And there are also, as I mentioned already, some editors that you can use right away on the terminal without the need of a graphical user interface, if that's your cup of tea. It is also quite my cup of tea. I'm still unsure if I want to follow that path of using the Vim or other editors that only work on the command line, but that's probably too nerd for me. So yeah, manual pages work almost everywhere. Apparently they do not work on Git Bash. If you install the Ubuntu on Windows, you will probably have man. But at a certain point, if you're really using Ubuntu on Windows, then why don't you just install Linux? But still, this is just my personal opinion. Let's go with the scary stuff. File manipulation. This is where you can really mess up things. And I really want to do this today because, yeah, it's spooky time, it's spooky day. Because Linux is a pain to use, says Jabata. Is it? Is it not? Maybe yes, maybe not. I agree, I partially agree with you. There are some Linux distributions that nowadays strive to be as user-friendly or even more than Mac and Windows. For example, well, I'm using Ubuntu, but some of you can probably know Manjaro Linux, which is based on Arch. And there are some things that are more difficult on Linux. There are some things that are more easy on Linux, much easier on Linux. For example, installing software, usually on Linux is much easier because you have a package manager. You just say, I want this, and that's it. On Windows, you have to go to the internet, find that thing, start an installation program, accept some things that you have to accept. Watch out, because some things you don't have to accept them, otherwise they will install spyware for you, etc, etc. On Mac it's much easier, but still you have to go to a website, download something which is an extension of DMG, which reminds me of damage. It is not damage, it's a disk image, and you have to double click to mount that disk image. You have to drag and drop into your apps folder, then you have to unmount that disk image. I think that's more difficult than just say from your software center, hey, I want to install that thing, install it, and that's it. So on Linux, if you want Blender, you just press install and you have it. If you want to install something that is not in the package manager, yeah, I can understand it's a little more difficult. Sometimes, yeah, you even have to compile packages yourselves. It depends on what you have to do. But I don't want to advocate on Linux. One thing that I can tell you, however, is that if you are going to deal with servers, so machines that host your application, probably 90% of those servers are Linux-based. And only Microsoft, Azure, I think uses Windows. And I think that they are starting to move to Linux themselves on their servers, probably. Not sure. Let's see what happens in the next years. So Linux is starting to become a forced choice. I'm not going too much in detail on that, but there's another very cool technology that is widely known among DevOps, and this technology is called Docker. Docker is really, really important when dealing with microservices and dealing with complex architectures. Docker is heavily based on Linux. So sometimes you're pretty forced to use Linux, even though you find it a little more difficult. As for me, I'm used to Linux I have been used to Linux for many years. I saw Linux growing from something that was really difficult and at times unusable to something that is really, really usable if you know how to use it. And now that I'm a Linux user every day of my life, I find Windows and Mac pretty difficult to use when I'm developing because of some quirks that they have. For example, case insensitivity, or the way that Windows deals with paths on the file system. So yeah, I can understand why things can seem difficult, can seem a hassle to use for you. We will see the more we continue with our lessons and with your job as developers maybe one day. So file manipulation. The first command that I'm presenting you is called mkdir, which probably already sounds like make dir, make a directory. So this is going to create an empty folder wherever you are. So let's make sure. Where are we? pwd. Oh, I'm in my home folder. Is this okay? If it's okay, then I can start issuing that command. Otherwise, I'm not going to issue any such command. Here we are in the danger zone. We are going to destroy things if we mess up. So watch out. One thing that I would do is probably move to a safe directory where I can destroy things without doing any harm. For example, I'm going to cd into Inglorious coders, into projects, Inglorious coders. See how fast I am in typing? I'm cheating, of course. I'm not typing that fast. In terminals, you usually have the tab key, which allows for auto-completion. So if there is no, how do you say that? Oh my God. If there is no, oh God, please help me. If there's only one folder that starts with this name, pro, there's no ambiguity. Sorry, here it is. If there's no ambiguity, which means that I have just one resource that starts with pro, for example, my auto-completion tab will just auto-complete the whole folder name. If there is, however, some ambiguity, for example, if I start with do, well, do can stand for documents or for downloads. So if I do tab, it's doing nothing, and the second time it's going to say, hey, but do you want documents or downloads? Oh, I want, I don't know, documents. So I put C, an extra C, now I do tab again. Now there's no ambiguity anymore, so it's going to autocomplete to documents. Okay, so tab is very powerful, and it behaves slightly different based on the terminal that you are using. For example, in my fish shell, it probably behaves differently. If I say tab, oh well, it's even giving me the chance to navigate through the different possibilities. So this is a thing that the fish shell allows me to do, and probably not every other shell does. Some of them do, some not. What about the Windows? I'm on the home folder. I have some ambiguities between documents and downloads, so I can do cd do, tab, nothing happens, another tab, and it's working exactly like in Bash on Linux. So doc, tab, and now it's auto-completed the documents folder. On Mac, it could behave slightly different, but I don't expect it to work completely different. So I will probably go in a safe space of mine, which is projects, Inglorious coders. I think that I have a folder called Academy here. Yep. Okay, so here we've got some folders. There's a folder called recordings, in which I have all the recordings that I usually upload on Twitch and YouTube. Inglorious Academy is a repository I will see later. These JPGs are the 15 minutes later that you see from time to time when I put them during my streams. In here, I can safely create a directory. So I'm gonna say mkdir and then space the name of the directory. and I'm gonna use the kebab case convention. So I'm gonna say new dash directory. You see how it went to a new line by itself, but still, it's actually just one line. Make dir space new dash directory. This is kebab case convention, while camel case convention is this, and Pascal case convention is this. Why am I stressing too much on that? Because we're going to use a lot this convention, especially when we go to more important things such as JavaScript. So I'm going to use kebab case, make dir space new dash directory, enter, and now the ls command is showing me the newly created directory, which of course is an empty directory because I haven't created anything inside of it yet. Okay, but then we have another command, which is rmdir. What does this mean? Well, this removes a directory. So if I do rmdir space and the name of the directory that I want to remove, boom, it removed the directory altogether without even asking me, are you sure about that? So this is a very scary command because it just wipes the directory from the system forever without even moving it to the trash bin. It's just gone. The good thing is that rmdir only works on empty directories. So if your directory contained any important files, don't worry, it will just fail. In fact, I'm going to say rmdir Inglorious Academy, which is a folder that contains files, and it says, no, the directory is not empty. So, okay, this is not as scary as we thought before. Would it delete it if you are inside the directory? Oh, this is a good question. So let me check. So if I create a new directory, I get inside of this directory. So now what's my current working directory? I'm inside of here. Can I delete this directory by saying rmdir dot? So remove the directory I am currently on? No, because rmdir apparently doesn't like the dot symbol as current directory. So no, you cannot. And I'm positive that rmdir dot dot will not work, not because it's an unrecognized argument. Maybe it is. But also because I cannot remove a non-empty directory. So if I'm trying to remove a directory, which is the parent of this one, then it's not empty. So this will probably fail. Yeah, the directory is not empty, of course, because it contains this directory. So let's cd back to the parent directory. And now I can still remove, again, the new directory because it's empty, because I know it is empty. If I put anything inside of it, it's not empty, and rmdir will not work. Next command. You see, some commands that you have to fiddle around yourselves during this week. It's very important that you practice, guys. Really. I take online lessons on YouTube about music. I love playing guitar, bass, saxophone, harmonica. And I found out pretty soon that it's not enough to just watch people doing this, or it's not enough doing the exercise along with the teacher. You have to practice by yourself and you have to do mistakes. Touch. What does touch mean to you? Nothing sexual. Touch is a strange command, and it's not the only strange command you will see today. Touch has two purposes. The first one is to create a new file if the file doesn't exist. And the second purpose is to update the last modified date on that file if that file existed already. So let me see. I go back to the new directory and I clear everything so you are able to see. And in this new directory, I'm going to touch hello.txt, which is a random name that I created. You can create anything, even a hello without extension. You can call it however you want. Anything that you type after the touch command is the name of the file you are creating. And in this case, I'm talking about files, because if you want to create directories, you know what to do. You have to use the command called makedir, mkdir. But in order to create files that are not directories, then you can touch hello.txt, for example. If I press enter and I press ls to see the contents of this directory, I see that there's a file called hello.txt. Now, there is an option that I haven't showed you yet about ls. I showed you a, which shows you the hidden files, which shows every file, all files. But there's also another option which is kind of nice. It's ls-l. L allows you to list the files in a more tabular way, and you will be able to see some extra information that you couldn't see before. So ls-l is showing you that same file hello.txt, but as you can see, it's on a line by itself, along with many other information that I'm not gonna tell you all at once. But still, this has to do with permissions. This is the user that owns the file. This is the group that owns the file, because on Linux we don't have only users, but users can belong to groups, and you can specify different permissions. So you can have the two people that belong to the developers groups, and every developer has a different set of permissions compared to another group of people, which are the marketing strategists. Okay, so you can place people inside of groups that have the same properties, in this case same sets of permissions. There is a thing, I think, a creation date or a modification date. In this case, well, the file was created and modified at the same time. And then there's the file name. There's another thing, total zero. Total zero, it's the number of directories, and there's no directories inside of this directory, just one file. And then there's also this 1 and this 0, which I must confess, I have no idea what they're about right now. We'll probably discover them later. The cool thing about programming is that you don't need to know everything. You can discover them later on. Homework, watch The Matrix. Do you really know how to pilot a helicopter? Now I do. Okay? That's exactly what we do every day as hacker developers. We don't know everything, but we know where to find information, and as soon as we find information, we get it and we use it. Okay, so I touched this file, which means that I created this file. What if I touch it again? And this is probably why it's called touch, because if I touch it again, I'm not recreating it, but I'm just, pinching on it, which means that the file is exactly as it was before, but it updated the modification time. So I created this file at 14:35 local time, and after 3 minutes, the file is now considered modified, updated. I just touched the timestamp. I just touched the date of last modification of this file. Has it any sense? Not now, but maybe one day you will need to touch files in order to update their modification time. Okay, so how do you create a directory with mkdir? How do you remove a directory with rmdir? How do you create a file with touch? And how do you update the timestamp of the file with the same command, touch? You can also copy files and folders. How do you copy things on Windows? You just go to the File Explorer, you do Ctrl-C, you move somewhere else, Ctrl-V. Or you just right-click and do copy and do paste. Of course, yeah, you can do that. But on the terminal, you can just do cp hello.txt. This is the source, this is the file that you want to copy. And then you specify the destination. The destination, which can be another folder, for example, copy this file back one folder. You can even specify the new name of the copy. For example, hello2.txt. So this will copy hello.txt, copying it in the parent folder, but also changing its name. The copy will have a different name called hello2.txt. And this is very convenient because if you want to copy this file in the same folder, you have to give a different name. You cannot have two names with the same two files with the same name in the same folder, right? So you can copy hello by calling the copy hello2.txt. But before issuing that command, I would like to see Angelo's question. So could I also create files like Excel or Power BI files with the touch command? Yes, in theory you can. You can, although these files are really difficult to read and write. And I will show you. You usually want to deal with text files and read and edit those text files on the terminal. If you're using Excel or Power BI as an editor, the files that you're creating are most likely not text files. They are binary files. And if you try to open them with a text editor, you will see lots of crap. You know what? I can show you... Well, no, I will show you later because I closed Visual Studio Code. Okay, so I can copy hello.txt. This is the source. And then I specify the destination of my copy. And the copy could be, for example, copy hello in the parent folder. Let's see what happens. Boom. What's happening? ls didn't change. I still have a hello.txt. But I can do ls of the parent folder, which is something new that I didn't show you yet. I can do ls and specify what folder I want to list. If I don't specify the folder I want to list, I'm listing the current directory. But if I specify the folder I want to list, it will list that folder. And I see another hello.txt here. So yeah, I did copy the file on the parent folder. I can also, as I told you, copy hello.txt by specifying a different name for that copy. So for example, in the parent folder, I want to call it hello2.txt. If I do this, and I do ls of the parent folder, I see that there's now another file called hello2.txt, which is exactly the same copy of the file that I have in the current folder, but now it's a copy and has a different name. And this, as I was mentioning before, is very convenient, especially if I want to make a copy in the same folder. If I do copy hello.txt and I specify the same name, it's just not working because I cannot copy one file giving it the same name. But I can call it hello2 and this works. Now I have, with an ls, not only the hello text file, but also the hello2 text file, its copy. Okay? So the copy command is really convenient to do copies really quickly. It's not all that easy. If I want to copy a folder with all of its content, it will probably not work out of the box. Let's go back one folder. Now I'm in the in my Sandbox Academy, and I want to copy the new directory folder, call it new directory 2. Can I copy an entire folder and rename it as new directory 2? No, I cannot. And it says why. You have to use an extra option which is called R, because if you don't, the copy will just not do anything. What is this R? So the command is exactly like before, but I can put a -R in between, or I can put it at the end. It's exactly the same. The option can be put wherever you want. I usually like to sandwich the option between the command and the final arguments, but that's just me. The R stands for recursive. Recursive is an important word in programming in computer science, but for now we can say that recursive means do this operation for this resource and cascading to every other resources inside. So if this is a folder, copy this folder. And if this folder contains files, copy also those files. And if the folder contains other folders, then do the same for those folders. Copy those folders and the files contained in them recursively, okay? So cp-r new directory 2, press enter, and now it just worked without complaining. If I do an ls, I will see that I have two directories, new directory and new directory 2, which means that the entire folder was copied. Is it really true? Let's do an ls of new directory. Yes, new directory contained two files, hello.txt and the copy of hello.txt. And what about new directory 2? Does it contain the same files? Yes, it does. So the copy worked perfectly. Okay? So now you can also copy things around. Next, I'm going pretty quick, but I'm pretty sure that you have the whole week to do exercises, and you have to do exercises. It's not really complicated to understand, but it's really tricky, and you have to try by yourselves. Ooh, this other command is the second really strange command that we have here, apart from touch. Touch creates new files and, well, touches them, updating their timestamp. MV does two things, and one of them can be pretty understandable. It moves files. But another thing that it does is it renames a file. So there's no command to rename files. There's no command in Linux specifically for renaming files. You use the move command in order to rename files, and you will see why. It's quite clever, actually. But first, Angelo says, what could be other specification of R or -R? Not really sure what you mean about specification, but if you have the manual, you can say man cp, and you will see that the cp command has lots of options. Most of them you don't care about, luckily. The most common ones are, well, these ones. F, if you want to force things. I, if you want to make it interactive, so it means that it will ask you for every single file, hey, are you sure you want to copy that file? Yes, I do. And well, what about this one? Yeah, that too. What about this one? Oh, okay, no, I didn't want to copy that file too. Okay, so interactive can be quite important. I saw something going on in the chat. I didn't understand what this is. I'm sorry. Okay. And there are other options such as, well, the only things that you really care about is the R, recursive. Oh, other specifications of R, probably you meant this. You can use -R, lowercase. You can also use -R, capital. And usually when you use one letter for options, this is just a shorthand for more, explicit options such as -- recursive. So you can also use cp -- recursive, but it's a mouthful, so you just use -R and that's it. Another thing that I didn't tell you is that you can combine options by saying, for example, if you want to copy forcefully, or if you want to copy interactively, you can do cp-I and then source and destination. If you want to copy recursively, you can do cp-R. And if you want to do both, you can add multiple options, or you can combine them together just like that, RI or IR, which is the same because there's no difference in the order in which you specify those options. So you can have one option which is cumulative of all the options that you want to use. Okay. But you will see, the longer we continue with our lessons, the more things we will learn on our way. So we were looking at the mv command now. The mv command is a strange command because it allows you to move things around, but also to rename things around. So, for example, what if I move new directory 2 to new directory? So new directory 2 is a folder that I have on my file system. And new directory is also a folder that I have on my file system. Well, if I have both resources, the source and the destination, then move will actually move. We'll move the new directory 2 folder inside of the new directory folder. Let's do this. I do an ls. Oops, I did a caps lock, sorry. And now there's no more new directory 2 here, like it was before. But if I do an ls of new directory, I find the new directory 2 inside of it. So I successfully moved new directory 2 into new directory. And this is what moving is about. I can do another thing. Let's cd into the new directory. And now I want to move back new directory 2 in the parent folder. So move new directory 2 in the parent folder. But I want to specify a different name. So I'm moving the folder, but I also specify a different name for that directory. And I'm going to call it my dear, which is a little easier to read and write. If I do this, the directory disappeared from here, but I can check what happens on the parent directory, and now my dear is actually moved and renamed at the same time. Another good question from PNTM: why does the move command does not require the -r, the fact that it's recursive? So when I copy files and folders, I have to do it recursively, and when I move things around, I don't need to do recursively. Why is that? I don't have a simple answer for that, but the fact is that on a lower level, when I copy folders and files, I'm actually creating a copy and I'm saving that copy to a different part of the file system. And the operating system is probably trying to understand if I really want to copy the whole directory structure or not. But when I move things around, it's not the same as copying. I'm not removing something from a certain place and moving it physically to another place. The things that is going on under the hood is actually that I had, let's say, a pointer, let's say an arrow, a finger that was pointed to a certain place, and now it's pointing to a different place. So moving a directory seems like a heavy thing because you are destroying it somewhere and you are replacing it somewhere else. But instead, it's actually a very small task, a very lightweight task, and it's really, really easy to go back and forth from moving the folder from place A to place B and vice versa. So probably for this reason, the move command doesn't really need a recursive option. You're just moving the pointer to a resource, and you're moving it by saying, okay, that same resource, I didn't touch it at all. I didn't change anything of that directory. I just changed its address on the file system, which under the hood is not working with folders. It's actually working with addresses, which are just numbers. Hope this satisfies your curiosity, but I cannot go deeper than that. Pointers are a very important construct of languages such as C, the C language, which, as I mentioned today, is a low-level language. And knowing about pointers is pretty a powered developer thing. Okay, so we saw that moving things, the move command moves things, but is also able to move and rename. So what happens if I now want to just rename without moving? So I've got this my dear directory, and now I want to call it newest directory. I can say move my dear, which is a folder that exists, and I specify as a destination newest directory, which as a destination doesn't exist yet. So that's the difference. If the folder exists, I'm going to move this folder in that destination folder. But if the folder does not exist, then this means that I'm specifying a new name for the same resource. So I'm moving the directory to newest directory means I'm actually renaming this directory to a new name, which is newest directory. And if I do ls, there's no my dear anymore, there's just new directory. Okay? So move, oddly enough, is able to do two things. Is able to move things around, is able to rename things, and actually you can also mix them together and you can move and rename things at the same time. Just like CP is able to copy things, but also renaming while copying. And just like Touch is able to create new files if the file with that name didn't exist yet, or you can just update its timestamp. Quite strange, but very, very powerful. And watch out, because you can really mess up with the move command if you move important files from your file system. So watch out. Just try to create, just like I did, some sort of sandboxed environment, a folder that you don't care about, and if anything happens in that folder, you can remove everything. Don't do things like, well, no, I haven't showed you the worst command of all yet. This is it. rm. rm, as you can imagine, removes. And this is where things can go really south. rm removes. And it doesn't just remove empty directories. It removes everything you want to remove. And it doesn't go by the trash bin. It just removes, wipes out entirely things from the trash bin. In fact, in every operating system, when you delete things, you're not deleting things. You're just moving to a specific folder, which is the trash can, the trash bin, or whatever. When you really remove things, you are wiping things forever from the system. So that's much, much more invasive. Let's go to new directory. Oops, okay. And I want to remove hello2.txt. How do we do this? rm hello2.txt. rm hello2.txt. I press enter. My file is wiped out from the system forever. I cannot recover it unless I use some advanced recovery techniques. But still, I cannot recover it easily. Okay, so rm is really, really dangerous. And it's so dangerous that if I try to remove a whole directory, it's not going to do it. So if I want to remove a directory, I just found out that rmdir removes a directory, but it must be empty. If I want to remove a non-empty directory, I can use rm, but I cannot because it says that it's a directory. So how the heck I remove a directory? Well, we use, again, the old option -r recursively. This means remove this directory and recursively remove all its contents, files and directories with their subdirectories and subfiles. So rm-r, new directory, wipes out this directory and all its contents from the system forever. Bye. Bye, new directory. That was really, really dangerous. But still, I removed something that I didn't care too much about. Okay. Now, I can reveal what probably PNTM was saying a while ago. Was it PMTM? I'm sorry if I confused you. Some of you, I don't know if Angelo or PNTM, I'm really sorry, said, why don't you try using rm-rf/ or something like that? Well, I'm not going to do this because this command says remove recursively and forcefully everything from the root of my file system. If I do this, oh, it was you, Jabata, sorry. I completely messed it up. It was not Angelo, it was not PMTM, it was Bobby, sorry. So Jabata proposed, what if you do rm-rf/? No, I'm not going to do this. It's not going to mess up completely my system because it's not going to completely wipe out all my system, because there are some permissions that are set in order to avoid really important disasters. But still, it's probably going to remove all the files from my home folder, all the files that I care about. So yeah, that's one of the most dangerous commands that you can issue on your system, and never do it. Yeah, PNTM, you're innocent so far. Let's see what you will come up with. And with this, I think we can stop here. rm-r is what we already said before. And I think that we can stop here. If you go towards the end of these slides, then there's a little bit of practice time that you can start right away. Explore what directories are on your system and what's in them. Make sure you use a variety of relative and absolute paths. So just fiddle around with cd, pwd, ls. Go to your home using 4 different methods, because there are 4 different methods in order to go to your home. Make sure you are using tab completion when typing out your paths too. So just use the tab. Tab is your friend. And what are these 4 different methods of going to your home? Maybe some relative path, maybe some absolute path, maybe using the tilde, just come up with your methods. Creates a series of files and directories, rename them, move them around, and delete them. Of course, in a sandbox environment if you can. And nothing more than that, because permissions, we never talked about permissions yet. We will talk about them later, next week. But so far you can do these 3 exercises, and of course you can always read the reference material that is always linked in the slides. The reference material, as I already mentioned, is Ryan's tutorials, which are pretty well done. So you can read them. Sometimes you even have some proposed exercises on some of these activities. They are called activities here. So just try to look at these activities. They are quite interesting too. So you have a lot to do during the following weekend. If you get stuck somehow, if you don't know what you've done, if you don't know how to continue, if you run out of exercises and you want to explore a little more, remember the Slack. You can always write on the Inglorious Coders Slack, especially in schools, and we can have some cool interaction, and we can pass our time waiting for the next lesson to arrive. That said, I think I already spent too much of your time just by being a stupid, silly guy. So thanks a lot for attending. Happy Halloween. We will see next Saturday at 9 a.m. UTC, which is 10 a.m. The normal time. And as always, eat pasta, code faster. Bye.